internet's fine, and I'm having technical difficulty, so I am assuming that it is StreamYard because nothing else seems to have an issue. So I apologize for the technical difficulties we seem to be having in this moment, because I don't know what the fuck's going on. It seems to be working now, but let's just see if it stays that way. Or not. I mean, it could just not, you know, it could just not work correctly. Again, I'm assuming it's StreamYard because I had no issue with any other website. I checked. And we're buffering again. I don't know. I don't know. God damn it. For the love of God, anytime I attempt to do anything else, StreamYard craps out, I guess, if you want to call it that. I don't know what its problem is. Get your shit together, internet, or StreamYard. It's not even the internet, it's StreamYard, because everything else is working perfectly fine. Okay, so now that y'all can actually hear me and we're not frozen, and I don't know, god damn it, I don't know what's happening. Oh, it's okay. I was gonna say it was taking seconds to put comments up. We got a problem here. All right, Houston. Yeah, don't start that shit. And it definitely is StreamYard. Like I can tell. So it's just not going to be just me that's going to have problems with it today, because every other website works perfectly fine. I pulled up 7 other pages on the other side of my computer, and everything else is working perfectly fine. So this is clearly StreamYard. But so, anyway, nonetheless, I have to tell you guys a cute little story. Once upon a time, there was a sewer turtle. Once upon a time, that little sewer turtle got really jealous and upset and threw a fit. Okay? He threw a big, giant fit, you know? It kind of looked, you know, it wasn't public, but you can imagine what his little jealousy fit looked like. You know, it might have possibly looked like something like this.
Can you please go? I can't go back. Can you please go? I can't go back.
But instead, he pounds his little turtle fist and goes, I need a wish list. I need a wish list. Like, yeah, he's bitching and crying now, okay? And he has decided, get ready for it. You guys are going to love this, because if you don't watch him like I don't, it was brought to my attention by Miss Jennifer Altman that we were going to buffer, apparently, that Mr. Sewer Turtle on his show, apparently, and again, I don't watch him, so it's like a thing. I refuse to give a view to a maniac. But apparently he threw a little fit and decided that he was going to lie to his audience's faces. Like, he forgets that these people actually watch him. Okay? He forgets that they watch him. So he proceeded to get on his little show and throw his little fit of rage, you know, by putting the facade on. He put the facade on, and he wanted to pretend that he should make a wish list. And he has never, and this is a statement that he made, he has never said anything about anybody having a wish list. He's never, ever made fun of anybody with a wish list for any reason. He's never done that, so now he's going to make his own. Stop it. As we know, the sewer turtle has quite a lot to say about wish lists when they're not his. Specifically mine. He has a problem with my channel having a wish list. Obviously, I have no problem with that, because I didn't have one until my audience asked for one. They ask, they shall receive in the best manner that I can give. So my audience is the one that asked for that wish list. Some people prefer to support a channel in by getting things that they might need or want for their home, which I deeply appreciate, because it does help me, right? Like, some people choose, like, to buy clothes. Other people choose to buy things for the home. Other people might choose a gift card that would help with groceries, or Uber or Lyft, because we don't have a car. And I appreciate that. It does help, right? But now that Mr. Sewer Turtle has put a down payment of $200,000 down on that house, I swear to God, he said this, Jesse, I'm not lying. He put $200,000 down cash on that fucking house, okay? No, just now he thinks it's a good idea for him to make a wish list so all the turtle riders can buy him furniture and things to, put in his house. Yeah, see, the problem with that is he's got plenty of money to be able to purchase all those things himself, right? Like he doesn't have a lack of being able to purchase those things himself. He's not a tiny creator. He's not scraping by to make ends meet like some of us. Like he literally can put $200,000 down on a house but can't furnish it. You're like, come on. He hasn't paid a single penny of his own legal defense fund. Everyone else paid for that. So the $5 million that he's made since 2020, most of it, the bulk of it between 2022 and now, or at least a month ago, he can afford to furnish his own goddamn motherfucking house. But instead, now, because he has a house, he doesn't think wish lists are a thing to be made fun of anymore, guys. Okay? He doesn't think that anymore. And he did make the statement that he has never made fun of anybody with a wish list. Why would he do such a thing? I mean, the man can't even remember his own fucking lies. It's beyond me. Now, here's the problem. If you watch him all the time and you're a turtle writer, you know that that's a lie, right? You know he's lying. He's made many statements about people with wish lists. You want to know what I find funny about that, though? He has nothing to say about people like Emily D. Baker, who have a wish list, or Melanie Little, or any of the other people he supposedly likes or just has nothing to say about. Those are okay. If it's somebody he likes, he's got nothing to say about it. If it's someone that happens to know the truth about him, well, then a wish list is a problem, guys. Then it's a fucking problem. Then it becomes a problem, right? So he actually looked his audience in the face once again and lied again after the probably dozen lies before that and said, I've never made fun of anybody with a wish list. Why would I do such a thing? Actually, the turtle's going to make his own wish list, guys. I'm going to make my own so I can furnish my house. Exactly, KB. So here's the thing. What actually happened in real life is that he stalks my content and rages the fuck out privately to people. And so he sees after I moved that a couple of you wonderful, amazing people helped out and bought a few things that I need, right? I made a wish list. There's things that I need on there. There's things that I want on there, but mostly things for the house that I need and things that the kids might need. But let's be clear. He raged out because New Hampshire Birkenstock got me this beautiful chair, right? Which, by the way, 10 times more comfortable than my old one. I love Bessie, my old chair. I love her. She's 8 years old. She's very old. She was actually, I let my neighbor borrow her at one point to do tattoos. So she's got some ink stains. She got some war scars on her. I love Bessie, but Bessie's broken. She doesn't go up and down anymore. So it's a good little chair still to have around. I mean, it's not broken and it doesn't can't pull it up somewhere. It'd just be a shorter table or people could sit in it, somebody wants to sit next to me here, they could do that, right? But this beautiful bad Larry baby, its things come up, yep, and I can put it under the desk so that but it's all padded. Everything has memory foam. So my back isn't broken all the time, and my butt is not numb, and my legs are not numb. So I very well appreciate this, Miss New Hampshire Birkenstock. I love this chair. And so he got upset about things like this beautiful chair and the pots in my pink pots and pans that Sparkly got me, and my bed that Amy so kindly got me, which I am sleeping amazingly in. Thank you, Amy. You have changed the nighttime of sleeping for me. And things like my tablecloth that Miss Lorelei Snow got me, right? And things like the over the bathroom shelving unit that Nina got me, right? So this is probably the most amount of things I've ever gotten since I had a wish list, are these sort of, I think, around 10 items since I've moved. We got some curtain hangers from, listen, I am extremely grateful. The fact that he had something to say about wish lists before, that he used to try to make fun of my very teeny tiny but mighty channel for a wish list and now wants to make his own is fucking hilarious to me. Also, package came this morning. I did open it already. Sorry, guys. No unboxing because I was not expecting it. But Miss Wallflower got the leggings for my little that were on the wish list. They were from the children's place, and there was 8 pairs. And you have no idea how helpful this is, because my little grows like a weed. She literally constantly needs clothes. And now, I realized I'd never put shirts on the wish list. I just put leggings. And now I'm going to need shirts to go with these beautiful leggings that she now has 8 new pairs of leggings in all different colors. And I appreciate this, because this right here is a need, right? Like a need. And, the sewer turtle would have you believe that it's horrible to have a wish list previous to the other day. Now that he's moving into his house and paid $200,000 cash for that house, he gets very upset when someone sends something from my wish list. So upset, apparently. He was very upset about the bigger items. I am told he raged out about the bed, he raged out about the chair, raged out about the pots and pans. Apparently, he rages out any time donations come into my channel at all, because he thinks that, well, if anybody has to say anything about him, they deserve nothing and we should all die in a hole. But he deserves everything, and he does no wrong ever. He is the victim. Look at that, real life. Real life? Hey, Grave, nice to see you. March Madness, that's right. That's another thing. Aiden likes to try to, cover March Madness because he thinks he's like a sports connoisseur. Put it on your wish list, Aiden. Hi, Casey. Chris says public assistance king. It's so funny to me that he has to shit on anyone else that's not, rich, right? Because just a few years back, he was driving a beat up old car that he could not get a new one for. Then he bought that Lexus after sort of grifting off the Reed case. And now he's purchasing this house, right? Even though almost $400,000 was spent by his viewers for his legal defense instead of paying for it himself like he could have. You don't start a legal defense if you can pay for it yourself. That is called a scam. So for all the times he wanted to call everyone else a scammer or a grifter for actual real life things like medical or a house fire or losing all of your fucking belongings, like those to him are scams. The problem with that is those were real life things that needed help, that people couldn't pay for it themselves, right? That was a real need. His legal defense fees weren't a real need because he could have paid for them all by his lonesome. Instead, he wanted to keep all of his money in his pocket. So he cried and he whined and he bitched and he hollered that he needs help with his legal defense fund. And I would bet money that coming here recently, sooner than later, he's going to try to do another fundraiser for that legal defense fund. And I'm going to take my popcorn and laugh, Oh, you're totally welcome. Listen, it's $12. I know I'm like a poor person and $12 is a lot to me, but keep it. It's not that big of a deal. You needed an Uber? I was happy to help. You know me, dude. I don't care if it's, $20 in my pocket. If I can do it, I'll do it. It's okay with me. So nonetheless, I found it extremely fun, right? Graves, right. Turtleboy Sports means harassing people. Like that's what his mantra is. Hey, just let's harass people. And that's what I call it. Let's harass people until the end of time. I tell my kids, stop harassing me. When your kid is like begging you for something like, please, mom, please, mom, please. I'm like, stop harassing me. God damn it. Stop freaking harassing me. But my point, nonetheless, is this is the same freaking guy that decided that we should all give to his legal defense fund, and then he'll buy a house, $200,000. And while he rubs that in your face, he's going to make fun of people with wish lists. But then when he realizes he's getting a house and he buys this house and he, stalks in a rage people's content like mine, sorry, we're buffering. Then he no longer wants to make fun of wish lists anymore. He wants to actually make a statement. StreamYard's fucking with me right now. I just went to buffer again and then stopped. But he's never made fun of anybody with a wish list, which we all know is a lie because he's done it over and over and over. Does he, he forgets that he does this on air? Sir, do you forget that this is something that you fucking do on air? Do you? Do you? Everyone on planet Earth can watch you say this shit. and try to like poke fun at people with wish lists. Now you want to actually make a statement and lie again and say, I've never made fun of anybody with a wish list. Except, sir, you have and you do. But because you want one now. Because you rage out when anybody else gets anything else, because it has to be for you, right? And that should tell you everything you need to know. He's upset, you know? He's upset about it, guys. He's very upset. Thank you, Joel. I appreciate that. My point is that this is the same man that raged the fuck out when anybody sends a donation to a channel like mine or JFK. He rages the fuck out. He rages the fuck out when someone sends something from your wish list. Like, imagine raging out about someone else and what they're receiving to then pretend on your own channel that you don't do that all the time and that you didn't try to make fun of people with wish lists. And now you're going to make your own so people can furnish your home. I mean, what? What? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? What? Nothing. In my opinion, Rose, nothing. My audience asked for it a long time ago. I don't think wish lists are just for dreamers. People put all sorts of things on wish lists. For me, it's basic like household stuff and then things that I might think are pretty, you know, decoration or something the kids might need or things like that. I mean, if you're talking wish list, like, if you're talking wish list, like I want a yacht, like, okay, that makes sense. Like that would be for dreamers, you know, I want a yacht. I want, you know, a car. Like, yeah, that's a little crazy. That's a little freaking much, obviously. But for just please hold on a second, guys. Hold on. This buffering is driving me fucking nuts. Hold on. Sorry, none of the TVs in my house are even on or using the Wi-Fi. And I'm like, I know it's not the Wi-Fi because I can see all of the other things on this side. So what the fuck, StreamYard? What the actual fuck? He's been crashing out, girl. He has been crashing out. His crash out has been a while now, okay? His crash out has been like a long time. Which, of course, doesn't shock me because that's something he's, you know, been doing for a while, is just kind of crashing the fuck out anytime he thinks something belongs to him, right? Shit, hold on a second. Sorry, guys. Doctor's office had to answer that. Okay, so no, I do not know any of those people, Daniel. As a matter of fact, hold on one second, guys. My next thing is, now you can agree with me or you can disagree when it comes to Attorney Radel, right? His idea of a bench trial. And so again, this is how smart our cult over there is my God, I'm gonna fight StreamYard. Like that's what's gonna happen next is I'm going to friggin' fight StreamYard. So, Mr. Bradle. So I made a tweet, right? Last. Can I get one sentence out before StreamYard decides it's gonna just buffer into fucking oblivion? Is this real life? Like, knock it the fuck off. So there are ghosts haunting my house right now, I'm telling you. Fucking with the damn lights, fucking with the goddamn StreamYard. Like, this is not okay. God damn it. This is not fucking okay. Okay. Let's try this again without buffering. Let's attempt not to buffer. Hey, Justice, nice to see you. Oh, yard work, not my favorite thing to do, I promise that. Don't feel too bad, Justice. I've been using my instant coffee because the Keurig is just dead. It died. It's not coming back to life. I tried to revive it. I don't know what happened between the time we put in the truck to move and the time we got it here, but it no longer fucking works. I've tried 17 ways to fix it, so don't you worry, Justice. I have to deal with something shitty too, my friend. Not that that's the only shitty thing, but that's the shittiest in my mind, at least today. Having to deal with a broken goddamn coffee machine and using instant when I have a bunch of Mary Lou's K-Cups. It's not fun, okay? Not fun. Okay, so I made a tweet, right? And because we're dealing with cultists, right, that don't exactly understand what the fuck we're talking about, I made a tweet and said, I do not agree with idiotic Bradle, incompetent Bradle, giving Kelsey Fitzsimmons a judge trial. Now, it is called a bench trial. I'm very well aware of that. But because we're dealing with easily manipulated, not high IQ people here, I decided to write jury trial so they would understand what that fucking meant. Because if I say bench trial, you make what the hell is a bench trial, right? Hey, LTG! So I made a fucking tweet saying, I don't agree with Bradle asking for Kelsey Fitzsimmons to have a judge trial, right? Because again, low IQ, easily manipulated, brainwashed cultists may not know what a fucking bench trial is. So who do you think comes into the comments acting like they won something? The cultists. Oh, it's called a bench trial. No shit, Sherlock. I was trying to use like layman's terms. There's a ghost. For those of the cultists that don't know what a fucking bench trial is, you absolute genius. Like, God forbid, we try and make it, easy to understand for some people. How dare we do such a thing, right? So, of course, here you have a bunch of cultists who are like, it's called a bench trial, you idiot. Like, I'm very well aware of what the fuck it is called. We've been over it a million times. I've used the term bench trial a million times while talking about it. I just figured, we're not dealing with very smart people here, so I will write judge trial so they understand the difference between, a jury trial, judge trial. Now, you don't have to agree with me. Use the weed back always, I continue to need them, right? And I'll tell you this. You don't have to agree with me, but this is my take. My problem with Mr. Bradle giving Kelsey a judge trial. And I've seen a lot of people say, well, a judge knows the law and the jury, might not make the decision based on the evidence. And that's exactly why you want her to have a jury trial. Because based on the evidence, she's going to be found guilty by a judge. Okay? Her idiotic attorney put a public statement out there that already in her hand. That already put the gun in her hand. He made a public statement that already put the fucking gun straight into her hand. The intent of what she intended to do doesn't matter. She was a well-trained officer. She knew what would happen if she pulled a gun. Whether she intended to hurt herself or hurt someone else is irrelevant to a judge. You know who it would be relevant to? A fucking jury. All you need is one jury member to feel bad, and you get a hung jury. Then maybe the state doesn't want to spend all that money to retry on a case like this. Or maybe they do. But your best shot for Kelsey Fitzsimmons, because her attorney is a fucking idiot, in my opinion, would have been a regular jury trial. Because, yes, they don't know. Reasonable doubt, all these things that sometimes juries make their decision based on pure emotion. And they throw everything else, what they were told, out the fucking window. A judge can't do that. So if you give a judge the fact that she's already got the gun in her hand, well, case fucking closed, dude. Case closed, guilty, right? The judge is not going to find her innocent of the charge. The judge does have a strict protocol of rules to follow. And so her best chance at winning a trial on those charges was with a fucking jury. Again, my opinion, you don't have to agree with me, but those are my thoughts behind it. A judge has to go based on the law, what they're allowed to do, what they're not allowed to do, what they're allowed to take in consideration, what they're not allowed to take in consideration. Juries don't have that. Hey, Grammy Cheryl. Juries are told what they're supposed to do. Oh my God, between the light and the buffering, today's just not my day. You know, I wasn't here yesterday because I had personal stuff to deal with, but like, what the actual fuck? What the actual fuck? This is cray cray. This was just a little crazy cray cray. A little cray cray. Ugh, stressy. Like, come on, lights, camera. Like, let's not, all right? Let's not. Okay, those of you who are here, do me a favor and hit the like button. I would appreciate that very much. That helps out the channel quite a bit when you hit that little like button and you hype it when it's not live anymore. For those of you that want to help out the channel and you want to support the channel in any way you can, we have things like just hitting the subscribe button, which is free, of course. And then we have things like super chats, super stickers, memberships, giving memberships to other people. We can actually gift memberships to other people, which is fun. Then you have the most direct routes to the creator, things like Cash App, Venmo, Wishlists, which the Wishlist is in. The buffering I'm just today. Thank you, Rose. I feel like I need to woosah, right? Just today's not my day, apparently. I got the buffering happening and it's just cutting me off every second I try to talk. Okay, well, let's try this again. Yeah, the side emojis, those definitely help. If you have Apple, oh my God, like I can't. The QR code at the top, if you have an Apple phone, actually brings you to where you can get a member. StreamYard is good. Like, we're gonna fight StreamYard. Hey D, we're gonna fight StreamYard. Like, we're really gonna fight in a second. I would love to get your opinion, D, if you're not busy. I don't think it will be okay. Like, I can't get it to stop buffering for 10 seconds. My lights keep shutting off. Are we done, StreamYard? Are we done? I don't want to have to like reboot my whole computer and like put you guys on hold to do that. I know it's just buffering, but it is free. I mean, so when it buffers, it just gives me a black screen, you know? I'm going to fight StreamYard. Like me and StreamYard are going to have at it because everything else is working fine. It's just StreamYard. But if I send you a link, D, and it'll probably buffer. But maybe while you're giving your opinion, I can reboot the computer too, because I want to hear, and I'll put you on my phone so I can hear, because I want to hear what you have to say about this decision of Bradel. Yeah, yep. So we're going to keep buffering apparently. Yep. I sent you a link, D. Oh, your life is tragic and horrible according to Dick Knows because you come here. I find him so funny that he says dumb shit like that. Yeah, it's so stupid and horrible to actually be friends with someone who always has your back no matter what. Yeah, that's such a stupid thing to do. Why? Because he's jealous, right? Like, I don't have to make all the money in the world to be a decent person. I don't have to take my morals and throw them out the window for an extra dollar, unlike him. He can make all the money in the world. He can have 1 million followers for all I give a fuck, bro. I go to sleep every night just fine with myself. He goes to sleep every night and wakes up peeking out the fucking window. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, darling.
Hey, I'm sorry you're having problems. That sucks.
Okay, let me mute myself. I want to hear your opinion on what Bradel did. I'm going to bring everybody your opinion, but I want to hear it. So I'm going to put you on my phone so I can hear what you have to say, because I'm interested to see like if what I think is like what you think with your knowledge and your background, or, you know, if it's different than, you know, what I think with Bradel and what he did.
Well, this will be a true.
Oh, he didn't like your Jimmy impression? Apparently Aiden didn't like, it's funny that Aiden didn't like Leah's Jimmy impression because, you know, Jimmy sure did. So
It'll be a true test because I didn't hear your opinion, so I'm not at all jaded or shaded by what you said.
Good. So I'm going to let you give your opinion. It's going to yeet me, but I have you so I can listen to it on the phone. I'm going to reboot my computer while Deidre is telling you what she thinks about it. And I'm going to listen too. So if you didn't hear what I had to say, now we get to see if yours sort of matches mine in the way that I was thinking and the way that you were thinking. So, all right, I'm going to shut up now. I'm going to yeet myself for a second, and you go right ahead and tell everybody your opinion on what Bradel.
Okay, so I'm not the biggest fan of Bradel so far. Before this, when I saw his performance in some of the pre-trials, but and this is Kelsey's decision, but guided by his advice. But I have to agree with it, and this is why. Because it's a very fine matter of law. And juries can and will decide cases with emotion, and that emotion can run either way. With Kelsey, it can run with a lot of sympathy towards her, and it can run with a lot of judgment towards her. And I don't think that they have the evidence to convict her, and it will be decided by the mere fact that they don't have enough evidence to prove this. And a judge could see that more clearly than a jury, because there's no witness, there's no body worn camera, and it's kind of a standoff. It's he said, she said. And in a he said, she said situation, I think it's better handled by a judge to make that decision, who's not going to be swayed by emotion. And listening to this judge and his temperament, and I think a certain amount of understanding and sympathy towards Kelsey, I think it was a good decision.
Interesting. So mine was that it is not a good decision because, like you just said, juries can, decide things based on emotion, and it doesn't have to be, like you said, it could be either way, one way or the other. And so for me, it didn't seem like a smart idea considering he already put that gun in her hand. So the problem that I have is you don't have to have a body worn camera. It is a lot of cases are he said, she said, right? But that's usually enough evidence along with your client saying, or your attorney of the client saying that, she had the gun and she was only going to harm herself. Then they have the gun itself, I believe. And whether it was, when the pin went forward or not. So in my opinion, right, we're talking about a judge. So a judge can only do what the law allows, right? The judge can't base his opinion on whether he feels bad about what happened or whether he doesn't like the other characters in the story. He can only base his decision on what is in front of him. So for me, Bradel putting that gun in her hand was a fatal mistake. Because in the court and in the judge's eyes, doesn't matter if she wanted to hurt herself or she wanted to hurt the officer. She was an officer herself, well trained enough to know that if you take a gun out, you're going to be shot. That in itself, you taking that gun out, they very well could charge you with assault, with deadly intent. Doesn't matter what your actual intent was. She was trained enough to know not to take a gun out, and she did anyway. And then Bradel fatally put the fucking gun in her damn hand.
I agree with that to a certain extent, of course. I I don't understand that, because even if true, even if it's very, very true that she did that, you don't, as a defense attorney, tell people that, because it's up to the prosecution to prove that. However, a lot's going to be, I think a lot's going to come down to the ballistics and the trajectory and stuff. Like, we know where she was shot, but where did the round go into the wall? Was that at the same height as the wound in her, in other words? So he yelled
but
out.
I don't think that's going to play in too much, though, because it doesn't. The bottom line is a well-trained officer pulled a gun. The other officer had a right to shoot back, right? You don't, like we said the other day, like, it's not up to him to decide what your intent might be, whether it's to hurt, yourself or not. He's not going to fucking wait to find out, right? Like, even if he had shot and missed one round before he actually hit her, like, he has the right to shoot back. So I don't really think that's going to matter much. What they're charging her with, essentially all they have to prove is that she pulled that gun and was going to fire it or pointed it. That's all they have to really prove. And Bradel already fucking did that for them. So if you had a jury could do emotion and be like, well, we feel bad that, like, this happened and we understand the circumstances, and, and then they could be like, not guilty, right? But a judge doesn't have that ability to just go on emotion like that.
But here's the thing, and Bradel put this out there already. If somebody has a gun to their own head, you can't shoot them, So the mere presence of a gun in someone's hand is not enough to be able to shoot them if they're only a danger to themselves and not others. So if she had
That's not
raised
true.
that gun as far as her head, then he can't shoot her. So it could
Yes,
be
he
that this was a
yes,
bad
he can.
shoot.
No,
I'm
that he
sorry.
could shoot her if she pulls that gun. At least in my state, if she pulls that gun, regardless of if she then goes up, because you have to raise it before it gets to your head, right? Like
Right.
they don't have to choose to wait to see where you're going to put it. Are you going to put it at your head or are you going to shoot it at they don't wait for that, right? You pull a gun, you're getting shot. It's not up to them to decide whether or not you're going to put it at your head or not. In order to take the gun out, you have to raise it. Even if you're
Right.
going to point it at yourself, it's not up to them to wait to see if you're going to put it to your head or not, to see whether
Right.
you're going to be a danger to yourself and others. And in the state of Massachusetts, you pulled a gun, period. Whether you were going to hurt yourself or put it to your own head is completely irrelevant under our laws. Like, you don't have the right to pull that gun. And you might get away with saying, like, I wanted to hurt myself and not everyone else, and I shouldn't have been shot if you were a citizen. She was an officer. She was well trained, fully trained enough to know you do not raise a weapon ever in an officer's presence unless you want to get shot.
Right. I agree with that. I agree with that. However, she could have, so he's yelling to her, Kelsey, don't do that, or whatever.
Yeah.
We don't know what it was that he was referring to. Was it her reaching towards the gun, or was it that it was already at her head and he's saying, don't do it, and he shot her? It could be a bad shoot. And if the gun was at her head, it's a bad shoot. If it was
Yeah, I
in the
don't think you're going to
process of
find that
being,
that's
if
going to
it's in the
happen.
process, if it's in the process of being raised, it's a good shoot, like you were saying,
You
because you
have
don't
to
have to
raise
wait.
it to get it to your head to begin with. So
But
once
he
she
could,
took it out and raised it, he had the right to shoot regardless.
right? But we don't know that. We don't know that he saw that part. We don't know that he was acting on that part. And the problem is,
Well, I'm going to guess that the
we
state's
don't.
going to say that's why he told her not to, is either because she was reaching for it or she had already raised it. And that, you know what I mean? Like, this is why I say, like, a jury could make those, like, what ifs, right? A jury could be like, well, what if like this, right? And go on emotion. When you make it a bench trial, a judge can't do that, right? They can't do that. They have to go with what's put in front of them. So if what's put in front of them is the attorney already putting the gun in her hand, right? Like, that's enough itself. Putting the gun in her hand is enough to be like, she was well trained enough to know not to pull a gun. Whether she was going to hurt herself or not is not the cop's problem. It is not up to them to decide, do we wait till she puts it to her head and find out? Like, no, they don't find out, right? Even if she had raised it and got it to her head before he pulled his weapon, now he doesn't know if you're going to take that gun from your head and shoot them. They don't have to wait to find out. Even if you're showing you're going to hurt yourself, they have every right to shoot back at you when you have a weapon in your hand. Like, that's bottom line. The weapon is in your hand. They're not going to wait and say, she's got it to her head, but then she's going to shoot. Because you know how many times that happens? The person gets it in their hand, right? The suspect gets it in their hand. They pretend they're going to shoot themselves. And to get away, they then shoot at the officers. That's why they're trained. If they have that gun in their hand, it is a deadly threat, right? Center mass. You shoot center mass, period. There is no, like, disabling and shooting them in the leg or the arm, which I believe, in my own opinion, that especially with, like, mental health stuff, there should be better training on, like, trying to just disable the person from a safe, like, distance or, like, you know, whatever, like, but not actually trying to kill them, just trying to disable them, because clearly it's a mental health thing, right? And we have too many people who are having, like, who have schizophrenia, or, you know, they're paranoid, and, like, they don't know, like, what's happening in their brain is not what is happening, obviously, in real life. And I believe there needs to be, like, a mental health professional. I've literally offered to be, like, a shield in front of officers when it comes to mental health cases, because de-escalation is something that we were taught for the prison, obviously, because we're dealing with criminals who are criminally insane. We had quite a few times where they tried to take one of us hostage and negotiate, and, like, oh, you know, all this shit that happens inside prisons, essentially. But I do believe that there should be better training on disarming and de-escalation when it comes to mental health, rather than just shooting someone and killing them. You know what I mean? Like that's obviously my theory. But even if she tried to hand that gun to Noonan, like, and he reacted, that's a good shoot. He has every right to. You can't raise a weapon, no matter where you're raising it to, dude. And she wasn't just me or you. She was a trained officer. She knew damn well what she was doing.
But I think the officer calling out to her could be construed as proof that he hesitated. So
well, he doesn't want to shoot. I mean, again, if you think about that, though, that's his partner. Of course he hesitated. I would have hesitated too. Like, I know this isn't just like a, person, like a random person. Like, you work with this person. This person is your partner. And of course you're going to hesitate. Like, if I shoot this person, they are going to die probably because, again, center mass, that's what they're taught, right? Center mass,
right.
Chest. And most of the time you don't shot on the chest.
No, lower.
Yeah,
I don't think
it,
I don't think it entered the chest cavity. I think it was below the diaphragm. So it was in the abdomen,
I believe it went
chest.
through like it hurt like her ribs or whatever.
Liver.
So I mean liver, and I believe I heard something about the ribs, but regardless of if he, his aim was good or not, like that's where they're taught to shoot, right? Center mass, chest area. And
he was
so we know that
to the right.
Maybe he hesitated and didn't want to kill her, right? Like just wanted to, and this goes back to like them, should have training, in my opinion, to disable but not kill, especially when it comes to like mental health. And in my mind, right, all the prosecution has to do is put it out there like that's her partner, right? Like that's like, of course he's gonna hesitate to want to kill his partner,
See, the very thing that you were saying about you pull a gun and you're going to get shot. You're an officer and you should know better. That's exactly the reason why I say it's better to have a judge hear this case, because that's what a jury's going to say. A jury's going to say, you pulled a gun, period. End of story. You shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, but it only takes one juror to not believe that for a mistrial. The judge has to go by what the law is and what it says and what the case law is on stuff like this. Like she pulled a gun. In my opinion, there is no way out of this for her in a bench trial with a judge. Like in my opinion, he's going to find her guilty. I believe that all it would have taken is one jury member to do a mistrial. And I don't honestly think the state would have spent the money to try her again on something like this.
But the prosecution has to prove the case. And right now, the only proof they have is that officer's word. There's no corroborating evidence that I'm aware of. Right. That I'm aware of.
We know of. Right. So we also know that they said something about the pin, right? And the pin being forward and her shooting, but not getting a shot off. Right. But it didn't go off. So that's another thing. Like, if she squeezed that trigger, right, and they can prove that she squeezed that trigger, the judge is going to find her guilty. This is what I say, like, you would have been better off with a jury. Like, yeah, like I was saying that earlier, like pulling the gun itself out is assault with a deadly weapon, because nobody just pulls a gun out, right? Like for no apparent reason whatsoever. You're a trained officer. If I get caught with a gun and I smack someone with it, guess what happens? I get charged with assault with a deadly weapon, right? That's what you get charged. Even if you shoot someone, that's assault with a deadly weapon, because you hit them in the face with it, you hit them in the leg with it, you knock them out with the butt of the gun, right? Like that's assault with a deadly weapon. You had a gun, right? So she, in my opinion, if you're going with like a bench trial, the judge has to go based on the law, not on emotion. I think the best bet would have been get one jury member on emotion that would have felt bad for the whole situation and circumstances, and you'd have a better chance of her being found not guilty or a hung jury than you do with the judge that has to strictly follow the law. And remember, a judge himself decides whether the totality of the evidence that the prosecution is bringing is weighed enough to prove it. Putting that gun in her hand the way Bradel did was a fatal fucking flaw. Just putting it in her hand like he did. Like right. You said the other day, like we were talking about, like just fucking admitting it was in her hand was so fucking stupid. You're a defense attorney. You never admit that she had a gun in her hand, ever.
You make them prove it. You make them
You
prove
make
it.
them prove it. You make them
But
prove it wasn't just sitting in the diaper bag or on a table or fucking within reach, you know?
But the judge still has to go with the premise that it has to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. He still has
Right,
to.
but the judge gets to decide what that reasonable doubt is. And if the judge thinks that pulling that gun itself with Bradel putting it in her hand is enough to prove assault with a deadly weapon, she's done. End of story. And so that's why I am like, if they had just, like, what was the point of doing an entire PR campaign with the public and the media if you're not going to fucking use it properly? You know?
See, I think the judge has already acknowledged that the text messages between her and Justin did not, it was what was missing from there that he said helped her, that she wasn't mentally unstable in those text messages. Was she angry, upset, hurt, or whatever? Sure, but she wasn't threatening suicide at that point. Something changed, and changed very rapidly in that moment. And if you look at it, she's a police officer. She knows that Justin should not be in that house. When you're on a domestic, you keep the parties separated. They were separated. Even in the phone call that the sister had with the lieutenant ahead of this on that day, 4 hours before,
I don't know why they did that.
She acknowledged that he shouldn't be at the house, and the lieutenant verified that. How in the hell did he end up in that house? And I think that had an effect on her, that all of a sudden, out of the blue, when she knows that she's already moved to say that he was negligent. He knows that she's made an accusation that he was negligent. Well, what was that based on? To me, from what I know as of now, that is based on the fact that she's got video of him using drugs when he was babysitting or caring for the child alone. That's what I think.
Yeah, but that's not going to be relevant in this. I don't think you're going to find that the judge is going to allow that in this case. Weed is legal in this state, recreational and medicinal. So, like, I don't think that you're going to see the judge allow that in at all. Okay, but I'm not saying for the truth of the matter. What I'm saying is her state of mind. She had that out there. She was supposed to meet him, and they're having a regular conversation about a couple possibly contemplating breaking up and whatever. Then all of a sudden he goes MIA. And she's like, what are you up to? Is what she ends up with. What are you up to? She knew something was going on. She goes on with her day. She goes home. She's taking care of the baby. And now 3 people show up to take her baby away from her. And she knows the jig is up. And he's there. Yeah, I don't know. Do we know whether he went in the house before the shooting or after? Do we know? Is that in any paperwork? Because I don't remember seeing whether he went in during or after the shots went off.
He apparently, she knew he was in the house, and he went running out after the shot. So so to me,
I don't know what. So normally, even if he was to be there to collect the baby, they would have made him wait outside. They would have taken the baby and brought the baby outside to him, not allowed him in the house.
Exactly. And she knows that that's the way that it's supposed to be done. So here, she knows she didn't do anything. Now he's got them doing his bidding to do this order, and he's there. So that's like feeling you've got the world against you for no reason.
Of course.
And she's getting over postpartum. So it's a sudden emotional reaction to her to want to commit suicide. She didn't have anything against Noonan. It was her having her baby.
I don't think she did. Yeah, I don't think she had anything against. I think he was just the person who was right there. You know what I mean? Like, I think he was just the guy that was just happened to be right there regardless. And I don't remember if it was you. I think it was you that said, like, and I agree with you, that they thought that they were like being humane by sending her partner. But like you said, they're men, and common sense is like, that's not the humane thing. You don't send someone's partner the closest. That's humiliating. right? You're not being humane by doing that. You should have sent a female officer if you thought you were being humane, number one. Number two, you should have sent an officer that she doesn't really have any ties to, right? Like, I think it was humiliating to send her partner there to do all that. It wasn't humane. It was fucking humiliating. And I think, like you said, to be fair, and I love all the men that watch my show, but man thinking, man, you know?
Yeah. I don't know. I think there could be a lot of harsh judgment against her by a jury for her pulling a gun with her child in the house. And women can be as much as they can be very understanding, they can also be very judgmental on
Yeah,
a mother.
They can, but I'm thinking in my mind, right, that you can have 11 women that are judgmental, but there might be that one woman that has been through something similar and knows what it feels like in that moment, right? Or someone trying to take your child away from you and maybe even indulging to do it, you know? And I feel like they would have had a better chance with one fucking jury member than one judge, right? Like 12 people can all have different feelings and emotions on the case. One judge has to go by strict, case and case law, and he knows what he can and can't do. Juries get away with kind of just doing whatever because nobody can prove that they didn't follow all the, rules and things that they're supposed to do. And the way that you can never prove whether a jury was thinking that she's not guilty because of their emotion, or they're just going to say out loud in the jury room that like they think she's not guilty because there's not enough evidence. It's all they have to say out loud, right? No one's ever going to know whether in the mind of the jury members they decided that she was not guilty based on feeling bad, right? But again, it only takes one of them. Right now, you get one damn judge. One judge, that's it. That's all you get.
Also remember that Kelsey, as she said yesterday, she half went to law school. So
yeah,
she has a better understanding of the law and rules of evidence in court than a lot of defendants. And this is her decision. It's not Bradel's decision.
It. But you have to remember that even though it's her decision, usually a lawyer is going to tell you what they think is better to do one way or another. So I have no doubt in my mind that he is the one that suggested a bench trial.
But he also he also slipped in. So it was a good thing, bad thing. But in the end, it doesn't matter. So let me walk through this. Earlier in the hearing, he brought up that she wasn't going to shoot Noonan, she was going to shoot herself. But he didn't follow that up with a law or something for the judge to hang his hat on with that theory.
With it.
Because if she's only going to harm herself and she's putting the gun up to her own head, that's a bad shoot. Because that's the way Bradel does. He tells a story and then
but you need the case law to back it up.
Right. And then Courtney tells him, and then he'll come back and correct what he said. And that's what he did yesterday. He mentioned that without a citation, and then he came back to it after the break and after they had they were done. She had done the colloquy and they were talking about scheduling, and then he comes up and kind of out of the blue and out of context, he's like, oh, there's the post-commission rule 555. I can't read my own handwriting. Oh, CMR 6.05 parentheses 3. So he puts that in there. So now, which is a good thing because the judge needs to be prepared to contemplate that as a reason why, she should be found not guilty. But the way he did it was just typical Bradel, not being prepared and not being smooth, So
that's one of my biggest problems with him is, like you said, like we've said a million times before, he tells a narrative and a story. The problem with that is you can't just tell a narrative and a story. You have to back it up with something. You can't just be like, well, this, and this, and these people are bad because I think they did this. And a lot of the stuff, let's remember that a lot of the stuff he's brought up to the judge pre-trial isn't going to be allowed into the trial. He's not, I promise you, the judge isn't going to allow in anything to do with Justin smoking weed. That has no relevance to the case anyway. Like all of this stuff that he's used to be like, these people bad, she good, right? A lot of this stuff's not even going to be allowed in the trial at all. So the judge isn't going to be allowed to take any of that into consideration. With the jury, even if you slip it in and someone says, Your Honor, we want that stricken from the record, you can't strike it from their brain. You know what I mean? You just can't. A judge, on the other hand, knows what he's allowed and what he's not allowed. And so in his mind, those things don't matter. You know what I mean? Jury is very different. Like they're not supposed to matter, but the jury does make them matter. So that's where I think I don't think it was the best decision, in my opinion, to go with a judge trial. I honestly think your best bet, especially with using any PR that you had with the public, would have been a jury, right? Like, why make a big stink publicly and use PR in this case and then go for a bench trial? I mean, I don't know. It just feels like Bradel, once again, being unprepared and not really knowing what to do.
But the PR is not all that great for her. There's a lot of PR against her because of him. And now because of the text messages that came out, I saw somebody putting out the headline when they were I don't know who it was. The headline when they were putting out the text messages was the one thing that she said that I have an issue with that could cause her problem and will. When she said, and this is on page 9 of 11, making plans with me and your son and ghosting me is just so mean. I'm going far, far away for a long, long time. That was the headline. And that does not bode very well for her with that statement. And so, you know, she hasn't had 100% great PR, and that's going to drive PR against her, I think, because that's the part that makes her look crazy. But she followed that up with, I mean, that was one thing said emotionally among many, but her last statement was, when she gets service, let me go back to it. It was the very last thing that she said. I'm sorry, I'm so blank of a person that you wouldn't even see your son smile today. We're going to our happy place. I'll send pictures when I get service. So that's not somebody who is going to take the baby away.
You know, in the beginning, that little bit in the beginning where she's like, sorry, I'm such a shitty person. Like, that sounds more like she's being sarcastic. Like, yeah, since you think I'm such a shitty human being, like, I don't know why I bother to take pictures for you, you know, like, but I'm going to still do it, you know?
Right.
And so it's like, but this is, again, why I believe a jury trial would have been better, because just one woman, taking one fucking woman in a shitty relationship with any man to realize, like, what sarcasm, what she was just emotionally feeling in the moment and what wasn't, right? And you're not going to get a male judge to figure that out.
But you also don't know what the jury is going to be comprised of. How many women, how many men?
Well, they get to choose, right? They get to pick. The prosecution and the defense gets to pick a jury. That's the whole point of jury selection, right? So, but now that we're skipping jury selection, what day did they say they would start? Still the 23rd, or are they putting it off?
Well, it's the bench trial, so it would have started on the 23rd, but it's
with jury selection.
Right. It would have started with jury selection on the 23rd, but there is no jury, so it's just trial starts on the 23rd.
Right. Okay, so that's what I thought. That's what I was asking, whether the judge decided to just start it on the 23rd because there's no jury, or if he still wanted to wait a few days to start it because the court only had this time to this time set for jury selection, you know?
Yeah, no, it's 9:00 on Monday, and they're running until 4 p.m. and they anticipate the trial will be done by Friday the 27th.
Fucking hate that they do that. Let's just throw out how Massachusetts stops at fucking 4 o'clock, dude. First of all, they never start it right at 9. All right. The court hours for the people who work there are like 8 to 4, 7 to 3, 9 to 5, right? Problem that I have is a court itself should be operating at least 8 hours fully operational with judges on the bench. That never fucking happens. Those judges sit on the bench maybe 4 hours, maybe 5, and then they're in and out of chambers, this recess, this break, that break, lunch break. You know what I mean? Like, to me, it's just very chaotic, and I feel like Massachusetts could do way fucking better when it comes to that. There's no reason that they shouldn't be able to go past 5. In my opinion, they should be going all the way up until 6 o'clock. We don't even let people in to start doing cases until 9, and the judge is never on the bench at 9. Right. Never. They're 9:30, 10:30. You know, sometimes a judge takes 45 minutes to come out or an hour to come out and actually get on the bench.
The Corey Richens case that I just did, they worked from 8:30 to 5.
Yeah, and that's how it should be.
But they were going to take all Fridays off. They ended up they did work one Friday and then they took the next Friday off. But
weird again. Why take Fridays off? Like, that's weird. If you're gonna do a trial, like, you should be doing the trial all the way through till it's done, not half a day Tuesday, like we're in middle school, you know, Friday's a day off and like a third of a day on Wednesday. Like, that kind of fucks up the flow of a trial and a jury. If you're gonna do a goddamn trial, you need to block off all the days of the week, Monday through friggin' Friday, and you know, do the full 8 hours every day. Get it fucking over with. Don't put in these half days, quarter days, this thing, that thing. Like, you know, to me, that's just so chaotic and crazy. And Massachusetts is one of very few states that does that shit. Many states have overnight court, including New York, right? They do court in the middle of fucking night if they have to.
Yeah. Well, in side note, the defense attorney, Nestor, the heavier of the two blonde women, she's one of the defense attorneys for Tyler Robinson in the Charlie Kirk trial.
I didn't know that.
Yep. So she made an appearance. He had a hearing while the Corey Richens case was going on the Friday the 13th. Or
do we know 16th. When that trial is that even scheduled to start?
No, they've got a hearing on the 17th of April and then one in May. But yeah, no trial date. In May, I think the one in May is going to be where they present evidence to see if there's enough to proceed to trial.
Yeah. I mean, they definitely have enough to proceed to trial, I feel like, with that. But, you know, there's a lot of conspiracy theories in that. It's an assassination. I feel like every assassination has a million conspiracy theories attached to it anyway.
Of course.
Because the government does do some shady shit. Let's think about all the shady. I mean, if you have ever listened, there are some like former CIA officers like Bustamante and John Kirikow, that if you like listen to some of these people who, and Kirikow was a whistleblower on the CIA for their torture program, which was illegal. And he went to jail for literally blowing the whistle, even though you're supposed to be protected, right? As a whistleblower, and there's a reason why people aren't whistleblowers, and that's one of them, right? Because they're not going to sit in jail for blowing the whistle on something that's illegal, but because it's the CIA, they have to sit in jail. Like, no. But if you listen to some of the stuff that he, you know, says, it's very not only plausible, but why is the guy going to lie? You know what I mean? He's already sat in jail, right? And you can tell he's a very like clean cut, white collar type guy. Like, he's not, you know, like some maniac guy. Like, and so it's like, if you listen to some of the things that they had to do in the CIA, and that they probably still do in the CIA, a lot of it is very fucking sketchy, very outside the lines, outside legalities, and just sort of doing whatever the fuck they want. And so a lot of the times getting rid of someone that they think is a, you know, threat to telling on them is the thing that they do, right? So
and this is a death
penalty
case too.
Yeah.
Tyler Robinson.
Is it, wait, is it federal or is it, I feel like it should be federal, right? Or
no, it's state. It's state.
I'm shocked. Didn't he cross state lines to go there? Like, that makes it federal.
No, he's from Utah.
He is? I thought he drove. Maybe that was a different case. That I remember them saying like he drove.
Maybe you're thinking of the Idaho one. Maybe you're thinking of the Idaho.
No, not the Idaho 4. I don't know. There's one that within the last like year and a half where the guy drove like over state lines to show up at one of the rallies, or maybe it was one of the like attempts on Trump or something, but they drove probably from one state into another, you know.
Probably the guy in Florida that was just convicted.
Maybe it's that.
Yeah, but no, he lived with his trans lover in
Yeah,
Utah.
I remember that. I remember that was part of the
Yeah.
story.
And I guess
I heard so many different things on that case.
he cooperated with the police, so that
Yeah,
really
wasn't
helped
it
him.
his parents that like convinced him to like
Yes.
turn himself in or something? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah. It's gonna be
Oh no, I know Mangione was already a state trial. I mean, a federal trial because he crossed multiple state lines to try to get away, as far as I understand. But Mangione was always a federal trial in my eyes because once you cross state lines to commit a crime, or you commit a crime in one state and then another state, like that's becomes federal jurisdiction. You know.
yeah, with Robinson, they weren't able to have a federal nexus to it because they didn't consider, well, I guess maybe it would have come down to a fight, actually, a court fight. Was he a religious
Yeah.
figure? Was he a political figure? Or
Right.
both? And then that may have made it go federal, but a lot of it depends on, I don't know what his manifesto said. I know what
Oh
he
God.
said. There is some text that were have made it out to the press between him and his partner about the religious beliefs of Charlie Kirk, that he was sick of,
Yeah.
those things. So, but at any rate, it's a state case and a death
I
penalty.
hate the federal ones in general, like even like Mangione's, because you don't get to like watch it, like federal doesn't allow cameras. The problem with that is, at least the problem in my eyes with that, is when you have a trial, and part of having a trial is the right to a public trial, right?
Right.
And say, for instance, there's 300 people that want to watch your public trial and there's only 50 seats, right?
Right.
Part of having a public trial is there is no limit on the public, right? Like there is no case law that says, well, if there's more than what a courthouse can see, then the rest of the public can't watch it, right? Like that's not how it's written. It's written that you have a public trial. And that is why state courts allow the cameras in, because the public wants to watch a trial and they cannot accommodate the whole public that wants to see it. And so the federal cases, they just decided like, fuck it, no cameras. Now,
Right.
If I'm a defense attorney and my client wants cameras in that federal courthouse for a public trial, I don't know. I feel like I'd be the person to challenge that legality of them not allowing cameras in a federal court. He has the right to a fair, speedy, and public trial. If you're not going to allow the full public to watch, then one of those rights is being infringed upon, regardless of whether it is state or federal. It's our Constitution. So, I know no attorney has ever challenged that, because I don't think anybody's ever had a client that wanted it public with the cameras and stuff if it was federal. But I don't know. I feel like one day there's going to be someone who challenges that, and I don't think it's going to stand up to the test of, having a public trial. I don't even think some of what the state does when it comes to trial stands up to the test of that. Because if you're in there in person, you get to look at the jury, you get to watch their expression. If you're not there in person, they don't show the jury, right? That's cutting off part of that public trial aspect. And I understand why they do it, right? Safety and for the jury, so nobody goes after the jury or tries to follow them or, whatever. But at the same time, all they would have to do is go there in person. And if you're saying that they don't have enough seats to accommodate those people in person who want to see that, then how do you rectify that by being like, well, you're not going to show their pictures on, the camera because of safety, but you're showing it to anybody who can find a seat in the court. So that just doesn't jive,
Well, look at how backwards New York is. So New York doesn't allow cameras in the courtroom on the state level.
Yeah.
And so nowhere in New York, state or federal, are you going to get to see a trial.
So crazy to me, especially because New York has some like crazy crimes like Florida.
And then well, they've got a trial going on right now with the Alexander brothers. So they were doing sex trafficking, but it was multi-state. They were involved in it in New York and Florida. And they're being tried
federal
in federal
jurisdiction.
Court. I'm sorry?
That's federal jurisdiction, yeah.
Right. But the people that he harmed in Florida can't watch the trial unless they travel to New York.
Oh yeah, that's not right.
So
See, that's just that's what I mean.
When you talk about a public trial in that particular case, the public means New York and Florida, and the Florida people can't go unless they go to New York. And who's going to do that? So
Right.
I think
Is
the
anybody going to pay
definition
for them? You know,
the
no,
definition of
of course
public
not.
needs to change. It's not
It does.
just a person. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not. I mean, let's get a lot of our laws really need to cut up to the digital age anyway. I mean, again, we have cyber stalking laws, right? We have federal cyber stalking laws, but they have literally only been used a handful of times.
Right.
What is the point of a law or putting a law on the books if it's never going to be enforced? And I feel like we have to put something on the books that forces these government entities to enforce the laws that are put on the books. Because if they just get to decide which ones they want to use and which ones they don't want to use, then what the fuck is the point of it being on the books to begin with?
Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to open up a can of worms with this, but and I don't want to get into I don't want to get into the particulars. I only want to get into the theory involved in this, but and I don't really know a lot about this. All I know is that there is somebody out there that is putting stuff into the Ethernet about Meredith, but doing it as Meredith's CPA, or like her full name title. So if someone does a Google search, it'll come, whatever disparaging things he wants to say about her comes up in a Google search. And they stated they were doing that on purpose. Like, that is something that needs to be not only actionable, but quickly actionable because of the immediate harm.
He does that on purpose anyway. So we have previous private messages from him from before this whole Meredith thing went down, of him saying that the reason why he uses people's full names in his blogs is so that Google will pick it up and they'll be shamed. Right. So there's no lack of proving that that's why he does it. And we all know that Purple didn't just figure out how to do that on his own. Right. Like, he was clearly told what to do and how to do it. Pretending that he wasn't is fucking bonkers. But he actually, this is something that he meant to do, something he does anyway on purpose to try to harm someone. That is economic harm. Okay, that is economic harm. That is when you're trying to economically harm someone. He's already done it to me. He's done it to Meredith. He's done it to plenty of other people, including Lindsay. Like, there's nowhere that he'll stop. There's no lines that he won't cross. Now, if you have, for instance, the state police or the local police that are just like, well, he didn't stab anyone. Well, he didn't go punch someone in the face. So unless he does that, we're just not going to charge him with anything else. What the fuck is the point of having laws in the books if he's just allowed to torture everyone and anyone he wants, if he's not stabbing or punching someone in the face, right? You don't have to be dangerous physically to be dangerous.
Right. Back in the day, there was
Jim Jones, anyone?
Back in the day, there was incidents of somebody trying to do reputational harm to somebody, and they would make flyers and go mailbox to mailbox in a neighborhood, like in the neighborhood of where their ex-wife lived or something, and write about her affair and put it in everybody's mailbox. But that's not like permanent, and it's not widespread. When you do this now, it's permanent and widespread. You can't wipe that crap away. There's the Wayback Machine too. So like, it's just impossible. And what they're doing, and as usual, the laws are way behind technology, as is always the case. But there is,
and I feel like a lot of that is like the partisan, like, Republican Democrats fighting with each other. And like, what I really would wish is that people took a step back and were like, wait a second, why do the Republicans and the Democrats constantly want one side fighting with another? Why are they constantly fighting with another? Well, newsflash, divide and conquer, easiest play in the book. If we all stood together as Americans instead of fighting each other based on ideology or which party you belong to, then there would be so many of us together that they couldn't do anything but what we needed them to do. If they keep us fighting with each other and split apart, then that's all we're worried about is fighting with each other and which side is wrong and which side is right. Instead of coming together and saying, you know what? These politicians don't give a fuck about anyone. None of them. They give a shit about their own pockets, their friends' pockets. They do a lot of shit just for the camera, just for the public. They say a lot of shit for the camera, for the public, behind closed doors. They won't vote for something that's not popular in their party, even if it's good for American people, because that might get them voted out and they may lose their power and their salary. This is why we need term limits, right? Like, yes. I'm just saying, like, if people stood together instead of fighting one another based on that, then we'd be better off as a country, because at some point, history repeats itself. Boston Tea Party, anyone? People are being taxed into fucking oblivion, especially here in Massachusetts, right? Our tiny state is one of the most expensive states to live in, one of the most expensive to buy groceries in, one of the most expensive in utilities in the entire fucking country, dude. We're this big. There is no reason that we should be competing with that in states like California or New York or Hawaii. It's a fucking island, right? Like, there's no reason that our tiny state of Massachusetts here should be even anywhere on the board for that. And so we have so many taxes that you're paying 2 or 3 times to throw your trash out. First, you're taxed on buying the item. Then you're taxed on fucking throwing the item away, right? Like, then you're taxed, maybe if it's something like cigarettes or alcohol, you're taxed twice when you buy it, right? Another to throw it away. I mean, and then you're taxed. So you're taxed on your income. And then when you use that income, you're taxed on it again. Then when you throw that item out, you're taxed on it again to throw it away, right? You might even be taxed on it twice to throw it away. You're paying taxes in your city to have trash pickup. And then your city decides, well, that's coming out of your house taxes, right? So on top of that, we're also going to make you pay for city trash bags. We're going to make you pay $10 for 5 bags. So that's $2 a bag. And they're made cheaply. They rip. But we're going to tax you on your house, right, to have them pick it up. And we're also going to make you pay for the trash bags because we won't pick it up unless it's in that colored bag. The amount of taxes that you're getting on one fucking thing is out of this world, especially in Massachusetts. And it's going to come to some sort of head where people, and we're already at the point where people are staying at home longer with their parents. They're not having children. They're not allowed to, they can't move out and buy a house because the rent is so high that there's nothing to save and there's nothing left over. Their student, loans are so high that they couldn't afford to move out, pay student loans, and also pay for rent, and also save for a home, and also have a vehicle and have a family, right? Can't do all of that anymore. In the 80s, in the early 80s to 90s, you could work part-time and pay for college and rent an apartment and have a car. You no longer can do that. Inflation is not kept up with wages, right? Labor unions have toppled, right? There's no pensions anymore. So all of these things that made people prosperous are gone. They're gone. They don't exist anymore. And so at some point, there's no middle class anymore. You're either fucking working poor like me or you're fine, right? Like there's no middle ground anymore. The middle class went from this to this tiny little sliver here. And so the problem with that is it's going to get even smaller to the point where people are going to be like, why the fuck are we working 40, 50, 60, 70 hours a week, 2, 3 jobs, just to make sure we have groceries on the table? Never mind, you can't go on a vacation, you can't buy a car, you can't have cable, you can't have even the basics, right? Because all of the money is going to everything else on planet Earth. You can't do it, right? So unless you figure out a way to make a lot of money and sustain that, then you're ultimately fucking screwed. So 99% of America at some point is going to get so sick of it that we're going to be like, oh, well, I guess it's time for another civil war, right? I guess it's us against them. That is eventually going to happen. History is going to repeat itself because our government didn't learn their fucking lesson. That's ultimately the end of what's going to happen. And it's unfortunate because I think if we came together before that happened and just said to our government, no, we're not going to pay this. We're not going to pay income tax anymore. You don't get to stick your hands into my paycheck and keep taking and taking and taking from the middle class that can't afford for you to take a couple $100s a week out of their check while they're paying a couple $100s a week on medical insurance, right? We can't afford for you fucks to keep doing that. We can't. So you're either going to lower that tax or you're going to get rid of it and stop filling your own goddamn pockets and trading stocks and making your uncle's sister do stock buys with this information that no one else has, only Congress, and making yourself rich while everyone else is taxed into oblivion because you don't have to worry about it.
Well, in my state, at least, they just passed the millionaire tax, which
I heard that. I watched that.
They estimate in about 2 to 3 years, it will reach down to my income, mine and my husband's income.
Watched that live on the floor and it passing. And then I watched the governor make a speech on that.
Then I haven't looked into this, but when you sell your home, there's $65,000 that goes to something else. They're rating the police officer and firefighters retirement funds, and we pay about $1.30 per gallon just in taxes on our gas. So our gas right now is some have gone over $6 a gallon.
Oh my God, that is fucking bonkers. And here in Massachusetts, we pay more than like 98% of the states because they have this thing called Mass Save. And what it is, it's supposed to be like a service where they come out and make sure like all your windows are insulated and what you could do to have better energy efficiency. The problem with that is most people don't qualify for it. And the people who do qualify for it don't fucking use it. And it's currently, we're paying for it in our utility bills, right? Our usage is this much. Why is the delivery fee? So say you use $48, right, in actual gas. Why is my delivery fee $150? 3 times the usage.
Jeez.
That's what we're dealing with here.
I love the statement that I get every month from my energy company, Puget Sound Energy.
Oh yeah, this tax, that tax, this thing we're charging you, that thing. Yeah.
No. It's that's in the bill. This one is how well am I doing compared to my neighbors? I get a report card every month. I get a report card from the energy company. So the energy for the paper and the ink and the postage and everything else. If you're an environmentalist or whatever, why are you sending me a report card every month? I'm going to use my gas and my electricity as I feel I need for my house.
Yeah,
and I don't care what my neighbor does.
That's fucking crazy. Do you also know that, like, for instance, right? Last month was super cold and you turn the heat up 1 degree, right? But say this month you turned the heat off because there were multiple days that were 50s, 60s. You turn the heat completely off in the whole house, right? Mm-hmm. Then you get your bill. And your bill says that you used more this month than you did last month. I'm calling bullshit on that, right? And so oftentimes what'll happen is I'll be looking at the bill and it'll say, well, in March, you used this many therms. And in February, you used this many therms. Why am I using more in this month that I shut it off? I never forget one time we went on vacation. We were not home for almost 2 weeks. Everything was off, right? It was like March or April. Everything was off. Get back, you a couple weeks home, you get the bill. The bill says, I used twice as much. Nobody lives there but us. Nobody was there. We didn't have any animals at the time. Nobody was coming in to feed the, animals because we didn't have any. So you're telling me I used twice as much in a month that I wasn't even home for almost half the month. I call bullshit on that. And see, the problem is there's no way to prove that they're fleecing you, right? Because if you call them and say, well, I want to know where this came from, they're just gonna be like, well, the bill's right. We read the meter. Like, it's true, right? Like, there's no way to prove that they're fucking you royally with no lube.
Oh, no.
Like, yep, lube has entered the chat. Hey, Marcia. I'm just saying, all right? Hey, Natalie. It's nice to see you. It is a Snapple fact. I see some new names, unless people change their names, of course.
So the interesting thing yesterday is that really nobody was there. The only like press people, so to speak, that were there was the mother-daughter team.
No.
That was it.
Shut up. They went again after all that. They act. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, Bradel called him out. Bradel called him out in court. And it was cringe because it was pandering and it was misplaced and it was weird. And the judge is like,
What?
yeah, the judge is like, I don't know who they are. I don't do social media and I don't read, I don't read anything. I don't know anything about social media or whatever. So it was really, really weird. He was trying to use them in an analogy, which was completely unnecessary. Do the analogy, but why point to them? It was just.
Why? What
And
did
I
he
think,
say? Like, what was the?
oh,
Was it like shitting on them, or was it like they're
no,
the
no,
ones covering? Like, which one?
no, he was just, oh gosh, I have it in my notes, but I didn't even
I
really
love that you take
understand it.
notes. See, this is who I rely on people like you when I have a day off for undisclosed, personal issues or medical things that I have to deal with. I completely missed it and did not have a chance to look at it yet.
So it was when he was making the point that that her state of mind, Kelsey's state of mind towards Justin had nothing to do with her state of mind towards Noonan. And so he was saying, just like if I had blah, 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 I wouldn't feel any way about blah, 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 or something to that effect. I can't remember what the analogy was, but in that analogy, he used it. And I don't remember what their name is, like lawyers, not lawyers or something.
Law
But he
girls,
used,
not attorneys.
yeah, law girls. He goes like,
Yeah.
if I blah 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 with the law girls, and he kind of turned towards them in the audience, and
Cringe.
and then the judge is like, I don't know
I
who
don't
they are.
fucking know who these people are. Yeah, who the fuck are they?
It was just another one of Bradel's weirdness things.
Yeah, it's another one of him trying to like give props to someone that helped Turtleboy, and it's like so abundantly like clear that it's fucking cringe, because I don't know any other lawyer that would be focused on another client while they're fucking trying to do this client. Like, I'm sorry, but it's fucking weird.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Like, focus on the client you have in front of you, dude. Not for nothing, but you should have ran from fucking the sewer turtle a long time ago.
And that's my worry about Kelsey's case from what he's already done. So he already, as you said, as we were talking, as I've said, he already put the gun in her hand, and he already did, 3/4 of the prosecution's job for them by doing that.
Like a fucking idiot. Yeah.
Just like he was the one that got her locked up pre-trial. It was him saying she's not going to comply. It wasn't her saying that. It was him saying that. Like, shut up, sit down.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, dude, shut up. Shut the fuck. Like, he wants to tell a story so badly that he fumbles and fucks around. So when a judge ultimately says to him, and I've watched this happen numerous times, Mr. Bradel, I get that you're, that's great that you're, advocating for your client and all. And the judges try to be like kind about it. Like, yeah, Mr. Bradel, we know you're a good advocate for your clients and whatnot, but like, what's the legal argument? Then what happens is then he goes, well, Your Honor, he doesn't know what the fuck to say because he has no legal argument prepared. He was hoping that the narrative part would just sink in.
Right. And that's
like, how are you that fucking unprepared as a goddamn attorney that you don't have a sound legal argument? I mean, to be fair, right? If I am better off and I am Bradel, I am completely embarrassed at that quote mega motion. Okay, that mega motion is a mega joke. Okay, it could have been half as long as you didn't repeat yourself 72 times. Most of it is speculation, innuendo. I don't like this person bad, Turtleboy good, Turtleboy derangement syndrome. You put a fake medical condition in a real legal document, that right there is fucking clownery. All right. You went to clown college to actually put that, have the balls to put that in a actual legal document. Because let's be real, that wasn't for anyone but the public. right? Judges don't like it when you're speaking to the public. Do you remember the one hearing? I don't know if you do or not, but do you remember the one hearing when Bradel turned around in the middle of his argument to the judge and started talking to the audience? And the judge is like, Mr. Bradel, I'm the one you need to argue to, not them, me, not them. I'm here. Like, that's fucking embarrassing.
Yeah.
Any attorney on I would have fired him immediately. These are not the people you need to convince, sir.
Maybe this decision to go with the bench instead of a jury trial is a blessing in disguise, because maybe the jury is just not going to like him. You know, he's such an idiot. So maybe in that regard, because the judge.
I think Aiden smoked one way or another. I think Aiden is smoked in his trials one way or another. If he chooses a jury trial, he's smoked.
No, I meant going back to Kelsey's. It may be, because the judge will be able to separate the wheat from the chaff on the attorney's behavior. And
I
don't know.
The judge will. But at the same time, the attorney speaks for his client. Right. So if he's fumbling over shit, that's not helping his client, right? You are the voice of your client when you're the attorney. So you need to know what the fuck you're doing. You need to not play games, you know? So for me, it's like, I don't, and here's a good one. If Aiden does choose, and I really hope that he chooses a judge trial, because again, I think he smoked one way or another. I think a judge is going to smoke him regardless, because all of the evidence is there in his own fucking words. And I think a jury would smoke him one way or another, dude. He's not, like, it's not looking good for the sewer turtle. Not that it ever was, but he just doesn't know how to shut the actual fuck up. So he just keeps shooting himself in the foot over and over and over.
Yeah.
Nina said putting TBDS in a court filing is crazy. It is crazy. Who the fuck puts that in a court filing as an actual attorney? I mean, that's bonkers.
Federer needs to just be a romance novelist. Like, just write your books, dude. Just write your books. Give it up.
In his purple crayon. And you can't forget his purple crayons. He needs his purple crayons for that. Harold needs those.
Yeah.
I think it was Jason Royals that said something about, I know what it was. Somebody was saying something about Dennis Sweeney's wife having like a full statue of like a horse on their front lawn.
Yeah.
And someone else was like, who the fuck puts a giant statue of a fake horse on their front lawn? Like in the like full scale, like it's the size of a horse. Yep. Yeah. And someone else, I think it was Jason was like, I'm going to crowdfund another one to put on her lawn. And I was like, I'm going to crowdfund for Ethel Machado's neighbors to put box trucks in their driveways with their own advertisements for their own companies on it. Like, I think that I'm going to, let's do, like, that should be a crowdfunding thing, because somebody answered and was like, well, who the fuck cares if she has a giant horse on her lawn, a fake giant horse? I go, Ethel Machado cares. Ethel Machado gives a fuck. She doesn't want to see it. Okay. She doesn't want to see box trucks or anything else on anybody else's personal property. You know, they're private property. So, you know, can't have it. Ethel doesn't want you to have it.
Yeah. But at the same time, I'm going to defend Jess a little bit here, and the people who criticized Mrs. Sweeney is.
I give a shit less about the horse statue. I just thought it was funny because, you know, Ethel Machado's bitching about a box truck on someone's personal private property. It has nothing to do with her.
The thing is that you kind of have a responsibility to your neighbors to upkeep your home. You know,
but this isn't even her neighbor. She had to drive down the street to show everyone. It's not even like her direct neighbor. This guy lives in Somerset, but not in her neighborhood.
There's often, every once in a while, one person who's going to say, it's my freedom to do whatever I want with my house. So they color their house, you know, purple, and I don't know what
mine would be pink, to be fair. If I owned one, it would be pink.
But you can do pink. Like, pink is actually a like an antique American color. Homes were pink back in the day.
They were. My grandmother's neighbor's house was pink. It was like Pepto-Bismol pink.
We were driving through a neighborhood, and just on our way back from Mount Rainier, and there was a house that was a really dark blue with a really bright orange trim.
Ooh, kind of cringe.
And it's like, how are you going to sell your house when you've got
Like
a neighbor
this? Is it
like
like,
that?
does it look like, did it look like this, Deidre?
Oh, I don't know.
It's just orange and blue, okay? But this on a house would look a little cray cray.
Oh,
Orange and like a dark navy blue.
I'm on my, it was bad. Like we were
Yeah.
on a street that was elevated from, like we literally were driving by it and not
So
even
funny.
on their street. And we saw it backed
And
up
you
to
could
the
see
road.
it because it
And
just
it's like,
sticks out like a sore thumb.
yeah. So if you're the neighbors next door, how are you going to sell your house when that's
Well, that's
what
the other
your
problem
neighbor is?
is it puts like property values down
Right.
on some of this stuff when you do some of, like if you have a really messy yard and you keep all this shit just in your yard and it's super messy, like it brings the property value down of the
Right.
houses near you. My
Right.
criticism of Ethel Machado was that house didn't look like that. It was simply a box truck in the guy's own personal driveway that had like an advertisement for his own business on it. Like that was, oh, she shouldn't have to look at it when she's driving by the poor guy's house. It's not like his house was like out of control or messy or crazy. Like it was just simply a box truck in his own driveway.
That's ridiculous.
What
So
she was
if
bitching about.
you
She
have,
said she shouldn't have to see it. Why does he? She said, why does he get to have a box truck with an advertisement of his own company on it? She shouldn't have to drive by and see it. What?
well, get a magnet and put it on your repossessed Kia and have your business on it.
Right? That's what I said. That's exactly what I said. I said, get a magnet, put it on the side of your car, and put your own business on it, right? Like, get bumper stickers. I have bumper stickers for mine. Like, what the fuck? It's like, okay, that whole, well, why should I have to look at it? Well, why should anybody have to look at you going in and out of your house? That's what they could argue next is you don't like the box truck? Well, they don't like your fucking face. Like, I mean, it's their personal property. It's not like their personal property has like 15 used, broken down cars in it and bins of things. Like, it's a perfectly manicured house with a box truck parked in his own driveway. And clearly he uses it because it was parked at the end of the driveway with another car in front of it. So obviously, like, he goes in and out of that driveway with it. It's not something that just sits there. He drives it, right?
Yeah.
So, like, what the actual fuck lady are you talking about?
Oh, the
What?
snobbery. Oh,
I
the
can't.
snobbery.
I fucking can't. It was just funny to me that, like, she didn't understand that it's someone's private, personal fucking property, dude. They can put that on it as long as it's, like you said, not something that's going to bring the value of the houses around it down. Then who gives a shit?
Right.
Hey, Unc Andy, I don't take Adderall, but I think you're looking for Aiden. He's over on aisle 3. You know, I think
tampons. He's on the
yeah,
tampon.
yeah, he's got sand in his vagina a lot, so it's probably in the tampon aisle. You know, the tampons. It's so funny to me the shit that the trolls will say, like, "Bud, I don't take Adderall. Sorry to tell you, nor do I need it. I don't have ADD or ADHD. I don't take things I don't need."
Or snort them.
Yeah, she did delve into the business and taxes of a veterans organization, right? She said all this wild shit that had absolutely nothing to do with anything, nor was it her business at all. It's just like this.
What was her purpose in doing that?
I don't know. Somebody came. Okay, so the problem is the guy is like does politics in her city, and she apparently like liked him at one point. Now she doesn't like him, and so now everything he does is a problem. She like nitpicks, right? He's part of the veteran board, and they were committing crimes. I think someone brought me paperwork, and they, you know, she was bitching about them not paying taxes or something, and them registering their taxes with their like national company. So, you know, if it's like Veterans of America would be like the ultimate company, and then there would be every separate little VA, but they're all under the umbrella of like Veterans of America. She was bitching about it, not really understanding tax law as she was bitching about it, because there are certain things they are allowed to do like that. And certain deductions they're allowed to take, and certain taxes they don't have to pay for being a veterans organization or a nonprofit. It was a VFW. Thank you, Pa. It was a VFW. Oh yeah, the fucking pensions. She had a problem with that too. But she's got a problem with everything that's not benefiting her. Listen, I don't have a fucking pension. Like, all the more power to anybody with a pension. They should have. I think all jobs should have to offer a pension. Back in the day, they did. Most of them did. Most of them don't anymore, but most of them did. In the 80s, in the early 90s, like, pensions were a way for you to retire after you worked at that job and given them 20 or 30 years of your life, you know? Nowadays, it's few and far between that you're going to find pensions for. But yeah, it was a VFW or nonprofit or something like that. And she was bitching about their 501c status and clearly not understanding how the tax laws work. And, oh, I did some diving and they didn't pay taxes and blah, 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 and they fixed their taxes after I said something. And it's like, why do you fucking care? This isn't some big breaking story that they're stealing from people if they didn't file something specific on their taxes that you think they should have, right? Like, that's not, it's a veterans organization. Like, what?
Wow.
New
Wow.
Hampshire, there's a pink Victorian house near her. So yeah, see, that's exactly what the house next to my grandparents was like, an old Victorian house, and it was pink. And I think it still is pink to this day. The people who bought it, I believe, because it was a generational family home. So when the parents passed, because they were my grandparents' age, when they passed, their kids had the house, and I think their kids ended up selling the house. But it was pink when I was a kid, and it was still pink the last time I went by there, probably, I don't know, 6 months ago or so. And it's not, but it fit into the neighborhood. It wasn't like one of those, like, it was pink, but it wasn't like super bright. So you didn't really see it until you got up, like, right on it, you know?
It was Pepto-Bismol pink.
It was Pepto-Bismol pink, but it wasn't like bright Pepto-Bismol pink. It was lighter pink. Like, it was pink, but it wasn't like to the point where, like, it's not like a lime green, I guess, or like you said, like an orange and blue. I know they have a lot of those in California, though. A lot of like multicolored, bright colored houses in California, lime greens and yeah.
Well, that's the song. Little boxes on the hillside, little boxes made of ticky-tacky, little boxes, little boxes, little boxes.
Oh, yeah.
There's a green one and a pink one and a blue one and a yellow one.
I remember that. My grandmother used to sing that.
That's about the San Francisco area.
Oh, I didn't know that. I did not know that.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of those houses, just like you said, kind of like on hillside almost, you know?
Mm-hmm.
My grandmother used to sing that song. And oh my God, dude, the weirdest thing happened, okay? The weirdest thing. So I am putting my daughter's platform underneath her, like, it's a frame for her bed. She had just the basic frame, but it has wheels on it. And it was kind of like, because now it's not on carpet anymore, it's on hardwood floor. So we found a cheap sort of platform that doesn't have wheels, so it'll stay put, and got her that to put her bed on. And so we're putting that on and putting all her stuffed animals back on the bed, making the bed, doing whatever. And she starts singing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the song that she was singing is not a song that she would know. It's a song my grandmother used to sing. And so she's just singing it, like, quietly by herself. And I stopped her at one point and I'm like, baby, where did you hear that song? And she's like, she stopped and, like, gave me this puzzled look, like she couldn't even figure out where she heard it. She's like, I don't know. Right?
Oh my
like,
God.
She's like, I don't know. And I'm like, you don't know? And she's like, no, I just started singing it. And I'm like, do you know where that song comes from? And she just looked at me like, oh, I don't know what you talking about, Mom. I'm like, your great grandmother, my Nana, used to sing that to us when I was a kid. And she just was like, what? Like, she had no idea. And I just found the timing really strange because her other great grandmother just died. So it's not the great grandmother who sang that, but we had the wake and the funeral the beginning of this week. So the timing was just really strange. Like, when my grandmother died, her great grandmother, my little was only about a month and a half old.
Wow.
And my grandfather had died even earlier than her. He had died when I was just turning 18. And I remember my grandmother saying to me, like, I found out I was pregnant like a week after his funeral. And I remember my grandmother saying to me, like, where there is life, there is death. And then, you know, I had a baby and my grandmother died. And then my sister had the baby on Saturday at 7:19 p.m. And then Riley's great grandmother had her funeral Monday and Tuesday. So like life, death. It's just weird, like that pattern.
Yeah.
And then her singing that song. It's not a song like you would like know, a kid would know, for instance, you know? My grandmother used to sing a spoonful of sugar. A spoonful of sugar makes the medicine go down. Like those types of songs that a kid wouldn't know, you know?
From Mary
I don't
Poppins.
sing them. Right. I don't sing them. And she just started singing it. And I'm like, waiting for her to like finish the song, see if she could get all the words. And she didn't. I just was like, where did you hear that? And she just was like, I don't know. I don't even know. But it was so weird. I was like, alrighty then. Okie dokie then, right? Like we got some spirits up here. It did get fixed, Debbie. We got some spirits. That's what we got. We got some spirits.
Well,
Nina.
I had the other day, my humidifier was talking to me.
Dude, so that's the other thing is like 2 days prior to her singing that, right? Me and my husband are in bed. We're laying down. We're both almost asleep. And all of a sudden, one of my daughter's toys that's still in a box starts yapping. No one's near the box. I look over to see where the cat is, and the cat is up on the windowsill. So I'm like, that's the second time that has happened with that specific toy. So no one's touching the box. Nothing's, dropped on it or moved it. And this is the second time. And it's like one of those password diaries.
Uh-huh.
So you have to press the button and it'll tell you like, please put your password. And so it's like, please put your password in. But even after you type the password in, you have to like press a button and then it says something else. Oh, no. This thing's like, please put your password in. And then no one's obviously putting a password in. It keeps going. I'm like, what the actual fuck is it? Made me and my husband both sit straight up out of bed. Like, that's not as creepy as like a talking doll, but that's fucking creepy. Like that is creepy.
I had my TV on. I'm watching something and it sounded like talking was coming to my side where my humidifier is. I'm like,
I'm telling you.
What? It's a humidifier. It's just water and, the pot thing that it's in. And I couldn't figure it out. And it didn't happen like all the time, but it was this low male voice. And I'm like, what is going on? Am I like losing my mind that my humidifier is talking to me?
Right? Like, what
then
the
I
fuck is
figured
going
out,
on here?
I was watching the pretrial hearing for Tyler Robinson, and the judge had told the attorneys like he was being very thorough in how they covered up their laptop screens and even covered their mouths when they're talking to each other.
Right.
He turned microphones off at their desks, so they have to use a podium. And he said, but the podium can still pick up what you're saying, so please be careful. So that's what was happening. So my sound bar was, the main sound was the judge talking, but then there was this other like section of the sound bar or whatever that was picking up something murmuring, and it was throwing the sound in a different direction at the same time that the judge was talking. And it like threw it to like over where the humidifier was. And that's
so weird.
I finally
that's what I mean though, like weird
time.
shit, like just weird shit that you're like, I can't fucking explain this shit. I don't even know what the hell's going on here, but we'll figure it out, I guess. Like we'll fucking figure it out. It's funny because Nina said to Leah, I liked your Jimmy impression. It was hilarious, right? So I get notifications, obviously, when anybody comments on my videos when I'm not live anymore. So I get a notification and a couple of people are commenting on the video or whatever. And I get a notification and it's Jimmy's name commenting on the video. And I'm like, this can't actually be, this is going to be somebody using his name, right? Like it can't actually be him. The comment was like, Leah, 10 out of 10 on the impression. It made my whole week or something along those lines, right? So I'm like, that can't actually be Jimmy. Like, no, it was. It was actually him giving Leah a whole 10 out of 10 on her impression of him the other day. So apparently Aiden didn't like it so much. And I'm like, well, if Aiden didn't like it so much, what I find funny about that is Jimmy sure did. So what are you so upset about, Aiden? What are you so mad about, sir? Like, I don't get it. Like, why so angry, broski?
Everybody's got to march to his tune. And if you step out of line, you know, he's going to come for you. And it's
fucking
so
crazy.
It gets down to the petty level.
It is wicked petty. Well, once again, how many times has he said to his audience, you know, God forbid anybody have a wish list, right? Like his whole thing was like wish list. How anybody, you know, if you have a wish list, you're just this or you're that, or why would you have a wish list? Blah, 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 right? Like that's it, like him shitting on people like me for having a wish list. And it's like, but he has nothing to say about larger creators like EDB or anyone else having a wish list, right? The only reason he says anything about mine is because he simply doesn't like me because I speak the truth about him and people are actually listening for once, right? And so it's not that you have a wish list that the problem is. The problem is he's just trying to find a way to like insult or shit on me. What he doesn't seem to understand is I don't give an actual fuck about anything he has to say at all. I don't care what he thinks, number one. Number two, if you've been with me long enough, you remember me making that for my audience who asked for it, right? Multiple people were like, well, I prefer to help a creator in a way that like I feel like is going to help them in life. So can you make a wish list? So I was happy to oblige and make, you know, a wish list with all sorts of different, you know, price ranges from really cheap to really expensive. And I remember at one point he tried to make my wish list content, right? Like going, and him and Will, right? Going through each one of the things on my wish list, like, oh, it's for oil and it's only like $6.99. Who puts that on a wish list? Who doesn't put that on a wish list? It's so that people don't have to spend $40 on something, right? That's why you put things that are cheaper, then things in the middle, then things that are more expensive, so people can pick from what they want to pick from, right? Like, fun fact, if someone picks something off my wish list that's $6.99, they can, and this also goes for more expensive, but you can pick anything off of a wish list and then go on to Amazon and add other things to your cart that you think that person will like that's not on their wish list, and it will add it to what you're going to send them already that is on their wish list. All you have to do is pick one thing off of it. So some people, way back, probably at least a year ago, what they would do is pick the cheapest thing off the list, right? Boop, take that off the list. And then they would think that whatever they were going to find or whatever they had in their mind they thought I would love, they put that in their thing. I can say that of everything I've ever gotten, I have never gotten something I didn't like. So people even picking things they thought I would like, always a 10 out of 10 for me, right? So it's always something that I end up, of course, loving. And so like he went to like criticize the wish list so many times, and then he has the actual fucking balls to do a show the other night and say, well, I've never criticized anybody's wish list. I'm going to make one so you guys can buy me things for my new house. Like, what? Like, you've never criticized anybody's wish? Aiden, stop, please, for the love of God. The lying is getting old, number one. Number two, the problem that I have with it is the cultists, instead of calling him out and being like, no, Aiden, like you did. Like, I mean, you have a million times. Like, let's be honest here. Like, you've clearly shit on other people who have them. Instead of calling him out on it, they're like, yo, wish list is a great idea. That's an amazing idea, Aiden. Let's do that. Let's buy all the things off your wish list. Please make one so we can buy all of the things off of it. Now, these are the same people that sat there and said, oh, Twista's got a wish list? What an asshole she is. How dare she make a wish list, right? Those are the same people who are like, yes, Aiden, please make a wish list. And we love that you have a minimum of $5 for you to read our comments. You know, we know that they're only worth $5. We're really sorry when we give you $3. We will make sure we do better, right? Like, these are the people that are so fucking brainwashed that they think it's totally okay for him to be screaming it has to be at least $5. Like, that's fucking crazy. Crazy.
But his MO with this is he gets people to believe something that's not true, number one. And number two, then when people call him out on it, then it gives them content. Oh, they're picking on me.
Yeah. Of course. But for me, it's like the audacity, right? The audacity of him to sit there and actually pretend that he's never crapped on someone else for having a fucking wish list. Like, bro, you've done that several times. Do you think your audience magically forgets, or are you so fucked up in the head that you actually forget? And in thanks to Aiden for having this conversation about wish lists, I have now posted mine in the chat for all of you, the old one and the new one. The old one has like the most needed 7 items, and the new one has the most needed 7 items, and the old one just has like a slew of a bunch of different things at a bunch of different prices. And what I do is I put the things on the old one, and then when something gets taken off the new one, I pull from there and put it on the, you know what I'm saying? Like, depending on the things that I need or want the most on that. But I find it funny that he had anything to fucking say about wish list. And then he's like, yeah, it's a great idea. You guys can just furnish my house and I'm going to make one myself. I'll never shit on anybody for that. Why would I do such a thing? It's a great idea. Like, what?
Dang
like,
it.
what?
I need a wish list.
Right? God damn it. Like, what the fuck?
I tried to get Kate to give me a couch because she got one from Jen McCabe, and I need a couch.
Oh my God, the couch thing.
After my renovation is done, and I've been asking for it, but I haven't gotten it. So the couch fairy hasn't appeared yet.
My couch fairy hasn't appeared yet either. I have a couch on my wish list as well. I mean, I guess under Aiden's theory, somebody should have already bought my couch in the conspiracy, right? Like, I want a conspiracy. I have conspiracy chairs. I need a conspiracy couch. I put my couch on there because I know, no one's going to buy the couch. It's $400, right? Like, I mean, somebody said to me, well, at least people could throw in for it. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, I guess they could, but I don't see that happening. But I put it there because then I can remember exactly where to go when I save the money to fucking buy the thing. Because I'm not going to lie, my living room is pretty sad right now. It has my little side table, my cupcake side table, the one chair, and my big bookshelf. So sad. It's the only like room in the house that's like empty. Like, this is echoey because there's not a ton in here, but I also have like 2 boxes of board games that I have not put the shelf together to put those on yet in here. And once all that stuff is like on the shelf, it'll not be so echoey. But I mean, come the fuck on. Like, the shit that he comes up with and the fact that people really believe him is the part that gets me the most. So when he sits there and goes, I've never shit on anybody with a wish list, and he has done it numerous times, the same people who were shitting on the person he was shitting on will be like, I've never, yeah, Aiden, such a great idea. Make a wish list. Do that. Please do that. So I guess lately he has been like hate watching we already knew he was hate watching my streams, but he's been like hate watching my streams. And he has always something to say about Leah being here. First of all, Leah is one of my closest, bestest, amazingest friends, and I love her dearly, just in the same way that I love you, Deidre. And he fucking hates when people who call him out or know who he is interact with one another. He cannot fucking stand it, because that means they both know the things he's done, right? And they can speak on it. So God forbid she ever come here, right? That means she must be, psychotic or weird or shitty, right? And that's simply because she knows exactly who he is and exactly what he's going to pull, right? So he gets fucking really pissed off. And the fact that Jimmy went out of his way to comment on the video and also to post the snippet of it on apparently Twitter, which I didn't see, but I was told that he posted it on Twitter. I didn't look. Pissed Aiden off. Like, really pissed him off, especially since Jimmy commented to Leah in my comment section that he liked the impression of himself. That pissed Aiden off hard. Turtle-sized condoms, I can't. Jimmy will let you talk shit. Will talk shit to you on X without blocking. Now Aiden will say he did the wish list because you did it. All his cults say they will buy things for him. They're cults. Of course they'll buy things for him. You know what I think is funny about that is, he did do it because I have one. He was hate watching my streams and he got super upset and jealous. So every time someone donates and I read it, he gets pissed. Every time I open something and unbox it, he gets pissed. I've unboxed more things in the last 2 weeks than I probably have ever gotten on my channel. And it's probably been like maybe 10 or so items. Not a ton. I don't usually see a ton of people buying from the wish list because I'm not a exponentially large channel, right? But I appreciate everything that's bought, whether it's my floofy pens that Scorpio got me, or this chair, or the bed, or the bathroom rug, or the shelf that Nina got me. Like, it doesn't matter what it is or how much it costs. It was the fact that someone took the time to think about me and send me something, because I don't shop for myself ever. All the money goes to bills, literally. Anything I make here is usually grocery money, right? Like that's what I use this for lately, especially since I've been back, is groceries, right? So I don't shop for myself. So when something comes like these leggings that Wallflower picked off the wish list for my little, I'm extremely grateful. Each one of these can go from anywhere from 6 to 12 to 18 bucks. There is 8 pair of leggings here. They come in one big dump of leggings from the children's place, and they're going to fit her, and she's going to love them. And I also forgot to put shirts on there because that was my bad. But now I got to get shirts to go with it. But she goes through a lot of clothes because she's growing like a weed. She's at that age where like she's growing like a weed, and I'm gonna have to soon try to figure out how to buy her a whole new summer, clothes. Last year she was a size 8. This year she's a size 10, 12. So she's gonna need all new shorts and all new short sleeve shirts, and so regardless of what it is that someone chooses, whether it's something for the kids or something for the whole house or something for me, it's a huge help. Like a huge help. And I am so grateful for anybody that goes out of their way to get something for me. The other day I opened the pink tablecloth that Lorelei Snow got me. And I absolutely love it, right? And in my head, all I can do is picture like it on the table. As soon as it comes, I'm picturing it's on the table with my pink salt and pepper shakers and my pink Hello Kitty napkin holder and my pink and white and light pink feathers that are in their vases that are on either side of the table. And I'm like, I can't wait to get the placemats that go with that. And then the whole table will be like itself, it'll be like perfect, and like nothing makes me happier than like, it's the little things for me. I kid you not, like little things like curtains and you know what I mean? Like for me, it's like, I want to make my house like feel like my safe space. And maybe that's part of, my PTSD and just wanting it like my space to feel the safest I can feel. And it means something to me. To Aiden, he expects it. It's expected. So like, and anybody can tell you, like, I'm not friends with people based on what they can give me or what they can't give me. There are plenty of you that don't donate anything and just here all the time. Like it doesn't matter to me whether you're rich or poor or in the middle, right? A friendship shouldn't be based on what someone can give you. It should be based on who they are and whether you like them or not, right? How they treat you. Like that's what it should be based on. It should never be based on what they can give you and what they can't give you. Like, and that's how he bases all his relationships. They're all transactional. Everything is transactional. Have you ever noticed the people that did donate large to him, people like, man, he immediately turned on the second they didn't support him anymore. The second he wasn't getting $400 or $500 a stream from her, he shits on her. Why? She didn't do anything to him. She simply doesn't support that behavior. It's not that hard, she doesn't have to. I don't think anybody who's ever come from my channel and found that it's not for them, I never, ever have been like, this person sucks now. Yeah. What would that do? What would that prove exactly? It doesn't do anything but hurt someone else. And I am not in the business of just hurting people.
And support, you recognize the support comes in different packages. It's prayers, it's just showing up, it's the
people checking on me when I was gone for 2 weeks, like you checking on me, like Amy checking me, like that meant more to me than any gift anyone could buy me, right? Like other people who ask Jesse or someone else who's friends with me, like, hey, how's Elise? Hey, where's Elise? Like, I appreciated that. Like, just checking in and being like, well, I haven't seen her in a while. Like, is she all right? Like, is everything good? Like, that means something to me, right? Like, you don't have to think about me. You don't have to go out of your way to be like, to me, I'm just a face on a screen, right? I might not be a friend per se, right? Even if you've never spoken to me offline and you only just watch my shows, right? And you reached out to someone else to say like, hey, how's Elise? Like, how's she doing? Like, that means something to me. To him, it's all transactional. He doesn't give a shit if you care, if he's gone for 3 days. Are you giving him anything? Then he's not going to respond. He doesn't care. That's the part that gets me. It's like he doesn't appreciate a single thing that he's been given because he expects it all. But again, I guess that's the way narcissists operate. You can't expect them to operate any other way. He uses the name charities like it's an insult to accept gifts. You know what I think is so funny about that, Cla? Because this is what Cla said. He's such a hypocrite. I can't believe people want to give him money so badly. He's made millions of dollars off of them already. What I find funny is he says the word charities as if it's supposed to like harm me or something, like twisted charities, as if that's supposed to like mean something to me. What Aiden doesn't know about me, of course, because he doesn't know me, are all the things that I do to help other people. I might not be able to help them monetarily, but there is a lot behind closed doors that I do to help other people because it makes my heart happy, right? It makes my heart happy to be able to help someone else with something. And so I guess you could put that word in my name because I'm happy to share my last 50 cents with someone else. I am happy to share my last box of macaroni and cheese with another family because I'm not a shitty human being, right? I would rather bring people up with me than shit on them and try to push them down. And what I find funny is Aiden has taken many a vacation, many a gift. He took, and I kid you not, he whined and bitched about the cops going through his kids' iPads. Not that they took the iPads, but that they went through them, okay? And that they went through his kids' toys when they searched the house. These people went out and bought his kids all new iPads, all new toys, tickets to this game, vacations to that place. He's got no problem taking things from people, gifts from people at all. So I find it funny that he has a problem with anybody else accepting anything else, right?
That's because he's the coveter in chief. He covets what everybody else has. It's only for him. Mm-hmm. You're not supposed to get anything because if they give it to you, they're not giving it to him.
They're not giving it to him, right? And that's how his mind works. His mind doesn't seem to understand that, one person can support more than one person. That can happen, right? Like they can choose to support who they want to choose. They can support anyone they want, and they can support more than one person at a time. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing, everyone? You can actually do that. To him, if you are supporting me or you're donating to my channel, then you're not donating to his, right?
Yeah.
That is fucking gross. It's a gross way of thinking. And Claude's right. He's a hypocrite because the amount of gifts that man has taken from people, who the fuck is he to talk about anyone else? Like anyone else. The difference between me and him also is I am low income and he's not, right? Like, so if anybody would need something, it would be me, not him, right? Like, so it's like, at least I appreciate what I get with my whole heart and mean it. Meanwhile, people are giving him fucking vacations and buying him all these things, and he's texting his personal text how stupid they are, how gullible they are. Yeah. Not that he's grateful, not that he is happy that they cared about him, but that they're stupid and that they're old and that they're ugly and that they're, dumb for believing everything he says, but they will believe everything he says. And look how stupid this person is. They gave me this, this, and this. They'll just keep giving me stuff if I keep making them feel like to have that kind of thought process against anybody who's supporting you. I just don't understand. And I probably never will understand how anyone can have that kind of thought process where they think it belongs to them and that they're so fucking ungrateful that they think it's deserved, that they think everyone should just hand it to them, that in his mind, he doesn't think, oh, I'm grateful to this person. Oh, I appreciate this person. In his mind, it is owed to him. And so fuck that person. I could never imagine thinking about the people that support me in that manner, ever.
Right.
I just don't get it. It blows my fucking mind. It literally blows my goddamn mind. I don't understand how he operates in that manner, Well, that doesn't benefit him, Kathy. To mention Officer O'Keefe doesn't benefit him anymore. Just to name drop Karen any chance he gets. That's his only thing,
Well, that's why he's moving on to Kelsey. That's why he's moving on to Kelsey. It's not because he believes in her or anything. Nope. I do have to say something, and then I have to go. I have to meet with my contractor. When I make it's like a running joke with me about the couch, because I thought that whole thing was so ridiculous.
It's so stupid.
The couch gate. So what I do with my spaces is a hobby. I don't need anybody's money. I'm not asking for it or anything. It's strictly a joke. So I just wanted to make that very clear. But
I knew that, but I hope everybody else knew that too. Yeah, the couch thing was like the joke from when Aiden tried to say that, Kate got a conspiracy couch. That's why we call everything that I get a conspiracy. And that's why we call, like, if you guys take me to the grocery store or on a dog walk, that's why we call it a conspiracy field trip. Because everything with Aiden is conspiracy and it's everyone else's fault but his. Duh.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, thanks for having me, and hello to
course.
everybody. Goodbye to everybody. Have a great day, great weekend, and I'll check out your list. I didn't know you were back to being able to use that without the trolls interfering.
Yeah. Well, they still interfere, but now there's a faster way that Amazon, I mean, they probably implemented this because of me, but now there's a way to tell whether it was actually bought or whether a troll's pulling it off the list. And now they made it easy for me to put it right back on. So it doesn't really do much.
Okay, cool. All right. I'll check it out, girl.
Thank you. Love you. Have a good
Love
one.
you.
And I hope everything goes good with the contractor. Fingers crossed, my friend.
Okay. Okay. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, I have no tolerance for trolls either, Jesse. I just don't simply have it with these people. You know, unfortunately, they do what they do, I just bounce them out. You know, I always respond. I respond to anybody. It might take me a couple hours, or if it's one of the social media things that I don't check often, maybe a day. But I always respond to anybody who sends me, you know, an email or a message. I always respond, always, and especially if someone's going through something. I think there's a couple times that we've had people sort of dealing with certain things, and I've asked the community as a whole to help them, you know, like, because it's the right fucking thing to do. Like, yes, that would take out of my pocket, but I don't care if it's going to help someone else, right? Like, that's the one thing that I can be proud of is I'm not going to say the popular thing for another dollar, right? Like, I already don't make a ton of money, right? Like, so to me, you know, money's nice, right? Money helps put groceries on, you know, in the fridge and food on the table and clothes on yourself and your child, but like, or children, but you can't, it's fucking weird. It's weird to pretend like Aiden does that he should be able to get everything and anything, but if anybody else does it, they're shitty or bad, or it's fucking crazy. It's crazy. And this whole, like, him saying he's gonna make a wish list thing just goes to prove it. How long has he shit on other people? You don't see him shitting on Emily D. Baker for having a wish list, do you? She's got way more subscribers and viewers than he does. Do you see anyone doing that? No. He only does it to try to insult me in some way. The problem with that is I don't give an actual fuck what he has to say about anything. You know what I mean? But that's the other thing, right? He wants something in return. You're right, Sassy. He would want something in return. Like, what can you do for me? What can you give me? Well, why would I help you? There is a large difference. These charity events that he did, not so much a charity event if you're collecting a $1,500 check at the end, but making everyone think it's a charity event and that you just, you know, oh, I'm sure he probably did. That just wouldn't shock me if he did have shit on their iPad. You know, like with him, it would not. Just bop them out, Jesse. Just bop them out if they have a problem. You know what I mean? Like, if they have something fucking stupid to say and they're being stupid, just bop them on out. I forgot to put subscribers only on, but whatever. If you give Elise a gift, that means you want to take Aiden away from his kids. Like, that's his thinking. I kid you not. That's literally his fucking brain cells. Like, God forbid. But if you give Aiden a gift, that's all good. That's all gravy. You can buy from his wish list. And I guarantee you he's not going to have smaller items on there because he's not smart enough to realize that people can't spend $1 million on him. Or smart enough to understand that some people are on a tight budget or fixed income, right? He wants what he wants. So if he picks out the $500 table, he expects you pay for that $500 table, you know? Yeah, I mean, I fully believe now that they're not getting Karen's phones and they're not waiting, and they wouldn't be waiting on that for Aiden's trial. The judge can try to bump that trial up. I have no doubt in my mind that that judge might say, all right, you know what? Since we're not waiting for those and we're not going to need a team to go through any of that, we're going to bump this trial up because we're not going to keep waiting on things that we don't need, that we're not going to get and we don't need. Thank you for becoming a member, Tony. I appreciate that. Yes, I swear to God, Jen Altman tagged me yesterday, and she tagged me to tell me that Aiden said on his show that he's never made fun of anybody with a wish list. So he's going to make one now. I mean, again, his audience knows he's lying. They just don't say anything. Right? Again, the same people that were like, oh, God damn, how dare Twisted Tragedies make a wish list after her audience asked her to? How dare she do such a thing? And him, after he tries to shit on me for it, of course, These are the same people who said shit about me, but have no problem, none whatsoever, with him making one. They're like, yeah, we're going to just buy everything on it. No more. Just make yourself a wish list. And because he's such a greed monger, I guarantee you the things that he puts on there are not going to be cheap. You know, he could get the cheap thing of forks and knives and spoons. It's not going to. It's not going to. Like, let's be real here. You know, he's not going to pick the, $16.99 over the door hanging organizer. Like, he's just simply not going to. That's just not what he's going to do. He's going to pick the $60 dishes set and the $80 dishes set and the $60 utensil set, because someone will buy it for him, right? Just go ahead and put all that on there, sir. I actually just found this really cool water fountain for my cat. So it's like, instead of having to refill her bowl literally every day, because I don't know why that cat drinks so much goddamn water, but it is a steel cat water fountain that, like, I think it's like 3.2 liters. It's like 108 ounces. And so, like, it just kind of like refills itself so that the cat, I don't have to like refill the damn bowl every single day, which is kind of cool. I'm not going to lie. And a percolator. I found a percolator because Leah told me about that, and since I can't fix my Keurig, I feel like that's the only thing I'm gonna be able to get. I love you. Leah said, "Mwah." Load, goddammit. Phone. Said for "Mwah." Fuck the haters. Shed's $20. He stole. I have no idea. I didn't hear about that. Rando said, sorry, just arrived. Listen, only for now. Someone earlier said TV stole $600 for Kelsey. How? I don't know. He probably did a fundraiser and then didn't give her the money in the same way that he did with Karen with the fucking $2,000 or whatever it was, a little over $2,000. Who fucking knows? I mean, that's what I'm betting, at least. Thank you. Yeah, the fountain. I mean, I've never had anything like that, like a fountain or a self-cleaner cat box or anything like that. But this fountain was like, I think it was $27. I put it on my wish list, so I'll remember it when I can get around to getting it. It's just gonna make my life so much easier than having to refill the stupid thing every damn day, because the bowl is like a regular sized bowl. It's a cat bowl. It's not like a dog bowl. It's a cat bowl. So, and it's got this holder. The water goes in one side, and the food goes in the other, and it holds it like up, sort of off the ground. Helps them drink more too. She drinks a lot of water. My cat does. She does. I don't know why. Maybe they're supposed to. I don't know. I haven't had a cat in a long time, but yes, they are purposely making up excuses to delay, and I'll tell you why in a second. I just want to say thank you again to Tony for becoming a member, and for any of you guys who are already members, I thank you, and I am extremely grateful. If you want to become a member, that is always an option yourselves, and you can buy memberships, you can gift memberships. We changed our tiers. We have a lower tier of $2.99, and then we have super chats, super stickers. You can hit the like button. That's super helpful to the channel. You can hit the subscribe button if you already haven't. That's free, and it's super helpful to the channel. And then there are the most direct routes to support the channel. Remember, we are an independent channel. We do not ride on the coattails of the sewer turtle and his wallet. We do not depend like Jess Machado or Little Debbie or Will the Barbell Cowboy. We don't depend on riding on Aiden's donations and his audience to bring donations in. We rely on all of you amazing and kind people to support when you can, in what way that you can, because it helps our channel grow. It helps me be able to pay for the things I need to pay for to keep the channel running and maintain the channel and grow, because we have been growing, and I'm grateful for that. So I appreciate everyone and anyone in whatever way that you support the channel. We do have a link too in the chat, and it's also in the description of the video. And you can click on that and leave any amount you want, and it works for any debit or credit card. And like we have Cash App, Venmo, and then in the description there's also Chime, Revolut for those of you who are out of country. Revolut, if you don't have it, is an amazing thing to get. I feel like they should honestly sponsor my videos because I talk about them so much. But if you live in the United States and you want to send money to the UK, or you live in the United States and you want to send money to Japan or Canada, Revolut is the only app that I know of. Cash App and Venmo don't work outside of the United States. Revolut does. You can send money in between countries, and you can exchange it right there in the app with great exchange rates. So Revolut is one of those apps that if you have family members in Canada or family members in, you know, any other country, there's like dozens of countries listed that you can exchange in between. And they send you a card just like Cash App or Venmo does. You get your own little debit card with your own little name on it. You can write on it. You can draw on it. It has my channel name on it. I put my channel name on it, so it says right on my Revolut card. I was able to decorate it before they sent me one right there on the app, which is pretty cool. So, you know, I love that I can do that. But for those of you who have family members out of country and you can never, you know, you're trying things like Western Union where they charge you an arm and a leg, try Revolut. It's just so much better. The exchange rates are good. You can do it right there in the app. It's amazing. What was Wishlist Spring? Oh, did it? Hold on. Let me see. Oh, I would love the kitty fountain. Let's see. This is the one for the what we call the old list. Tell me if that one works. It should be. But that one should be to the what I call old list, where it's the more than 7 items. I think the new one has the one with the 7. It's usually between 5 and 7 of the most, you know, the most needed at the moment. And then what I do anyway is pull from the old and put on the new for the ones, like if I find something I need, I put it on the old one. And then when something gets bought off the new one, I move something from the old one to the new one, if that makes sense. At one point we had a problem with the sewer crew just fucking with it, but Amazon upgraded and changed the way that if you take something off of a wish list by just putting it in your cart and pretending you're going to buy it, it'll now tell me that it wasn't actually purchased and that it was just pulled from the wish list. So now I can just go in and move it back onto the wish list. So it's not really doing them much good doing that shit. And who wastes their time to do that shit anyway? Who does that? That's fucking weird, you know? Weird. Yeah, see, I've never tried a French press, but they look interesting. The one that I found obviously is it's pink dirt. It's Paris Hilton, and obviously I put it on my wish list so that I can figure out. I was hoping I could fix my Keurig because I have, you know, K-cups and like I do a whole thing, and I was just hoping that I could fix it, but I've tried all the ways that it says to fix it, and I cannot fix it, which means it's got to be something inside. And what they said was, if it's something inside, I might as well just toss the fucking thing, because it would cost more money to fix what's inside the Keurig than to pay the $129 to get a new one. Because mine's the Keurig Elite. It has like 5 buttons or 6 buttons, I think, on the top. It's like small cup to large cup, and then it's got an ice button. Now, the ice button's weird because it doesn't actually give you iced coffee. It still makes it hot coffee. You just have to put ice in a cup, which is weird to me. Why would you do that? I remember when Keurig actually did have cold machines. They had soda machines. They discontinued those. But I worked for a company that did like different brands. Like I worked for Fireball at one point. Like, so it's a company, but they send you to different brands to sell these different brands in like stores or events or whatever. And the Keurig cold machine was one of those events that I had to work at a Kohl's, as a matter of fact. And it made soda. It was pods of like carbonated pods that you would put in, and it would spit out cold soda. But I think people didn't buy it because A, it was too expensive, and B, it only made like a cup, right? Like, so you're paying too much for the pods. It doesn't really make sense. A bottle of soda is cheaper, you know. It was a good concept. They just need to take that concept and be able to switch from cold to not cold to make iced coffee versus hot coffee, and not have to buy the Keurig with the carafe. Because if you do that, then, you know, it's supposed to be iced on one side and then the whole pot on the other. Who freaking knows? I'm kidding. Maybe I'm not. You have to say moi, Natalie. You have to say that. You have to go moi, with your evil laugh. You have to do that. You have to, but I mean, I have not ever tried a French press. You, my friend, were the first person to tell me about a French press. Okay. And I had to look up, okay, like, I mean, I've heard of them, obviously, but it's not something I've ever tried, except camping. There was like a sort of French press percolator sort type thing that I tried when we were camping for a couple days on the beach in Saco a few years back. And I brought Mary Lou's coffee, obviously, with me, but I've never had one at home. So that was like on an open fire and done differently, obviously. But this whole idea of a French press was new to me. of having one at home instead of like a Keurig, because I have K-cups. But then again, there is ground coffee in those K-cups. So you could just like open it up and just get a thing of ground coffee. But this is the one that I found. Now, I don't know what size they need to be or, depending, I guess, on what you like, but this is the one that I found. And of course, since it goes with the theme of my house, it's pink and has bows on it. And it actually comes with a frother, which is nice. But this was the one that I found. It says 8-cup coffee press and battery operated frother, right? So, I mean, it's a cute little thing, I'm not going to lie. And I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool, and it's got a bow. Like, I mean, come on, this is so me. The only thing missing is like bejeweled jewels on it. And I think you could do that yourself, You can totally do that yourself. But I'll look into that, Rando. That's a good question. I want to know what about that $600 too. Hold on one second. Sorry, folks, this is my sister. It's my sister. Sorry. There's one piece on the Keurig. If you send the piece to the company, they will take off up to 50% of the next. What? Wait, what's the piece? What's it called? I need to know. God damn it. I had a huge cart, so used buy now, then didn't get around to being able to leave happy. Oh, I love the cute messages. That's okay. You can leave me a happy, cute message here, and I will just remember it and then read it when it comes. And Dora will love it. She will love it. She's a very chill cat. She's very chill. We didn't name her. She already had that name, but it's definitely very fitting for her. She definitely explores around. Like, she's a very curious cat. I wouldn't be surprised either. Definitely the kind of shit that he does. He's a weirdo. I'm gonna have to find out what this piece is, Jimbo, because if that's the case, that could, a new one is like $129. It says on Amazon. So, I mean, if they take 50% off for a specific piece, unless that piece is broken, God knows, that would be my luck. Not the same fresh coffee. Listen, as long as I get coffee in my system. I actually looked to see if they had pink Keurigs, but they only have it for like the one maker. Like they have a pink one, but it's like a single cup maker, if that makes sense. It's supposed to be like their mini version, I guess. And I'm like, damn, they don't make a big one in pink. You guys are fucking shit up. So I looked for one just to see if they had other ones that were pink, other coffee machines that were pink that would like match. I mean, they do, but the reviews aren't great. Where people are like, oh, it works for 3 months and doesn't work again, and it does make iced coffee, but blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, I don't want one that only works for 3 months and doesn't work again. I'm not doing that. I don't need that shit. My Keurig lasted years. I mean, even if it died now and it worked fine before I moved, and I don't know what happened by the time we got in the truck, but even if that's the case, it worked fine for years. So I can at least say it lasted me a while. It lasted me a long while. Oh my God, is that supposed to be a joke? That's supposed to be a ha-ha because I love wearing headbands? I do love my headbands. They send a whole new character. I mean, it's not under warranty anymore. I know that because it's been too many. I think they only give like a 1-year warranty under it. But like, whatever the piece is, I might have to look into that. I have to write it down because you guys know me. I will totally forget. Oh, my little after notebook in here. We're going to write it as boba tea notebook. It's a squishy. My kid loves like journals and books she can write in. I'm going to write it in the boba tea book. It's even got one of these things to save the page, everyone. It's a little mini boba tea. Diary of a Wimpy Sewer Turtle. Boba tea version. What's happening? Pen. Okay. Or that pen's not going to work, so we'll use the floofy pen. Floofy pen to the rescue. Have to look into this. Because whatever it is that's wrong on the inside is the problem. I don't know what it is specifically. I've tried all the things that are like on the outside to fix. You got a bike rack? Oh, damn, that sucks. Can imagine. He's so good and so adorable and so cute. He's so stinking cute. I mean, you gotta love the little new baby yawns and the new baby curls, and they smell like new baby. There's nothing to not love about new babies. And I'm an auntie again, so there's nothing to not love about being an auntie again anyway. I get to spoil them and love them and snuggle them and give them back, ultimately. I love them and snuggle them when they're my own, but I don't get to give them back because they're my own. So, although no matter how old my kids get, they're snugglers, they're lovers. All 3 of my girls are snuggle lovers. Oh, that's my alarm going off. This is I'm going out to a bus that I'm not going out to. Interesting. I didn't know that. A discount is one. I don't expect them to send me a new one. It's been years since I got that one. My husband actually got it for me for Mother's Day, all brand new in the boxy. And I was so happy to like put it together, use it for the first time. Also, I used it for hot water too. Using it for hot water for cocoa, using it for hot water for other stuff. It's just so easy. Press the button, hot water, boom, you know? Love it. That was the one thing about a Keurig, like that was super like convenient, is it spits out hot water for you too, you know? Once you take the piece off, the Keurig doesn't work anymore. This way you can't cheat the company. Ah, I get it. But I emailed them and they just cut me a check. Interesting. You even have to use it to buy a new bike, but I did. Wow, that's crazy. Hey, that's good luck right there, YBE. That's some good luck. Oh, I remember LL Bean's lifetime warranty. That was great. Yep. Yeah, that was half the problem, is they couldn't really tell who actually bought it at LL Bean. But I think Eddie Bauer at one point, my sister worked at Eddie Bauer forever ago as a manager, and they also had like a lifetime guarantee on certain things. I want to say it was their luggage. I can't remember exactly what specific item it was, but they had like a lifetime warranty on stuff, and then they stopped doing it. People were taking advantage of it, of course. It's like, don't give a lifetime warranty though if you know that like people are going to have a way to exploit it because they're gonna, you know? Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, even a 50% discount would be nice. You know, they're expensive. They're not, they're not $50, you know. Craftsman tools. My grandfather, fun fact, was a mechanic and had a shop passed down from his grandfather and then his father. And my dad owned a shop and was also a mechanic. So believe me, Snap-on, Craftsman, they were big about their tools, you know, and having tools that worked. I think even the cheaper place, what's that place called that does tools now, that they have like a lifetime warranty on their tools, and their tools aren't like great. They're decent, but not. I forget the name of the place. What the hell is the name of that place? It's like a whole tool store, essentially. It's not Snap-on, it's not Craftsman, I can't remember. Harbor Freight. It's Harbor Freight. And they have like lifetime things on like their wrenches and their screwdrivers and things like that. Thank God there was no car behind you. That's like some, what do you guys, Final Destination type shit. Bike just flies off the back of a car and kills you. Like that's some Final Destination type bullshit right there. I mean, I would love that. Review the products. That's how you do it, is like sign up for their programs to review products, and you review their products and let them know how their products are, and you have to write like a public review, do a public video about the product, yada, yada, yada. I mean, a lot of YouTubers do that for like sponsors. Once you're at like 100,000 subscribers, a lot of the companies will come in and be like, okay, we'll pay you this amount of dollars to promote our product for 30 seconds on your live stream or your video or whatever. And a lot of people obviously do that, get a big chunk of change or even a little chunk of change from a smaller company to promote their product for 30 seconds, which is why I say Revolut needs to call me because I'm just doing it for them anyway. Because I like their app. Their app. Okay. Now that my computer, or I should say, now that my stupid thing isn't buffering, my StreamYard isn't buffering, I am going to pull up. Let me see. At Ethel Mac, I used to love listening, but every time I turn to Untwisted Charge, it's all about TV. Well, you must have missed the whole giant segment we did on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case, just saying. You must have missed that whole part then. Yeah, we're not doing that. Like, bye. Just bye. See you later. Vine. Oh my God, I forgot about Vine. Does that still exist? Does that still exist? Is that still a thing? Vine still exists? I wonder if it does. Your vape gets stuck. I hate that. That would drive me nuts. This one is Berry Blast. This one. This flavor is Berry Blast. Reddit. Gotta love Reddit. Gotta love it. Oh, poor Laura J. She's upset. Oh, she's mad. One of the turtle cultists is mad because I told her, like, Aiden still makes you look stupid daily. Here you are fighting his battles, hating people like me because he told you to, and like trying to throw little digs and insults, and he makes you look dumb on a daily fucking basis because he lies, and then when the lie comes out, here you are looking like a fucking idiot repeating that lie, right? Like, come on. So she says something along the lines of like, love that someone who writes like they dropped out in 7th grade think they're smarter than all of us. Well, you're in a cult, so I am smarter than you. That's numero uno. Numero two, sorry, I have arthritis and my fingers fucking hurt, okay? And so, yes, I often make typos on my phone because my phone is old and I have not replaced it. And because it's old, it likes to press the button next to it, above it, 2 buttons together, and I don't have the fucking capacity to change it or fix it. I don't really care. It's the interwebs. I'm not writing a fucking dissertation to my college professor, or I'd just fix it. Okay? Number 1. Number 2, she says, even if TV does make me look stupid at some point, I take that over making myself look stupid daily like you. Oh, Laura, you poor thing. You poor thing. Listen, call me when you get out of the cult, and, eventually we'll give you a soft place to land, darling. Okay? We promise we will. Aiden will keep making you look like a fucking idiot. And you will continue to look like a fucking idiot. And you can throw all of your ridiculous insults at me, but the thing is I don't give a fuck about you or anything you have to say. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? I don't actually have to care about a goddamn thing that you have to say. Isn't that cool? It's amazing to me that they actually think that I care. That's the difference. I read it, and then most of the time, I laugh. Aiden's going to keep making you all look fucking dumb. And eventually, when his trial comes and you see all of the things he said about you, his audience, about how stupid you are, about your weight, about your education, about what you do during the day, about how dumb you are to believe everything he says, but that you'll all just keep believing whatever he says, and you'll go after the people he wants you to go after. I don't want to hear you bitch and whine and cry and pretend like you weren't warned and you didn't know. Like, come on now, okay? Let's be real here, Laura J. Okay? Let's be honest. You're really upset because a fucking cult leader made you look like a clown. That's what you're upset about. You're not mad at me. You don't really hate me. You're just doing what a good cult leader does, right? A good cultist who follows the cult leader does, and following the leader. Well, that leader is going to lead you right off of a bridge. Just know that. So eventually when he goes to prison and he's not around anymore, maybe, just maybe, then you will figure out who he is when all of it is brought out in his trial. Maybe then you'll start to use the brain cells that you lost when he started brainwashing you and figure out that people like me tried to keep you from being the next fucking victim. But apparently until then, you're going to keep sipping on the Kool-Aid and acting a fool and trying to throw your ridiculous, goofy-ass insults out like they mean something to someone like me. They don't mean a goddamn fucking thing. You want to know why? Because I have a community of people that I absolutely adore. And so I don't need people like you, Laura J., nor do I want people like you in my community. I don't need toxicity or anger or hate or people who are so easily manipulated by a sewer turtle. Sorry, don't want it. If that means less money, so be it. I don't fucking want it. I don't need it. No one needs that in their lives. They can do that all by themselves. Why the fuck would they want to bring a bunch of easily led people to a community of people that aren't easily led and have figured out what the fuck is going on and are actually advocating for that to change so that other people like your dumbass don't get hurt? It is just the same. And the funny part about it is it's just parroting whatever he says. Like, that's it. It's just parroting whatever he says. I give him tips on how to insult me better. That's funny. Oh, man. Okay, so this person said, formerly Richard said, the truth put the gun in her hand. This was never disputed. The only question about the gun is where did she point it and how does the Commonwealth prove she pointed it at the officer? They don't need to point. They don't need to prove that. They do not need to prove that she pointed it at the officer. All they have to prove is that she pulled it, which Mr. Bradel absolutely already gave them. They don't have to prove that she pointed it. Pulling it is enough to get shot. Period. You pulled a weapon as a trained officer. I mean, arguing about what she pointed it at is not going to help her. This is why I think a jury trial would have been better for her than a bench trial with a judge. I do not think that it's helping her any. And again, Bradel's dumbass put the gun in her fucking hand. It doesn't matter where she pointed it or if she pointed it at the officer. Pulling a weapon by itself gets you shot. You don't have to point it directly at them to get shot. Just pulling it and them feeling like they're in fear of their lives and you pulled it to use it, that's enough. It's a good shoot, dude. You know? It's a good shoot. I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. They don't need to prove where she pointed it. That's not ever going to be a thing. It's just not. That's another thing. First he wanted to use postpartum. Now he doesn't want to use postpartum. I don't exactly know where he's going with that. But again, I think he's not using the postpartum because he's going with a bench trial. If we had used a jury, then you would have used that, right? More people it would have resonated with people in the jury to use postpartum depression. I think he's not using it now because his brain, Bradel's brain, told him to use a bench trial with a judge instead. I don't either. I mean, again, I'm not a fan of Mr. Bradel's. I think he's not equipped. I think she should have fired his ass a long time ago because the reason she sat in jail was because of him. It wasn't the judge's fault. Everyone wants to scream and yell because let's be honest, that was Aiden's talking point and the sewer crew's talking point that they got from Bradel. Like, oh, it's not my fault. It's the judge's fault. No, it was your fault. You were fucking unprepared. You were unprepared. Bottom line, you were simply unprepared. All you had to do was bring one piece of medical documentation. That's fucking it. That's all you had to do. That's all you had to fucking do. And you didn't do it. Didn't do it. A bench trial, in my opinion, is going to have her guilty. And I think she would have been better off with a jury trial. It only takes one juror to throw a wrench in that and make a mistrial. And then what happens, right? If you get a mistrial, maybe the state doesn't want to spend the money to retry you again. It's not murder, right? The charge isn't murder. So they might not want to retry again if she's found with a hung jury. But instead, he picks a bench trial, which I do not think you're gonna find her not guilty. I just don't think that that's gonna happen. I just don't think so. I really don't think so. I think Bradel is doing her a disservice by picking a trial with a judge, the bench trial, because a judge has to strictly follow the law. That's it. No ifs, ands, or buts. He can't go on emotion. He can't go based on feeling bad for her. All the judge has to know, or all they have to prove, is that she pulled that weapon. And Bradel already put that in her hand. So I just don't see her getting out of this with a not guilty because he picks the bench trial. Again, we'll see what happens, but it really is, girl. It so is. Yes, it is. It so is. I think a better argument could have been made to a jury. A judge, you're very limited. Judge isn't going to deal with innuendo and speculation. Judge isn't going to let Mr. Bradel just play fuck games like he likes to do. Just not going to happen. So, I mean, again, in my opinion, he's screwing her. Whether the judge is fair or unbiased is completely irrelevant. Bradel put the gun in her hand already. Doesn't matter where she pointed it, whether she was going to point it at herself or not, because once you pull it, in order to put it to your head, you have to bring it up. So regardless, like, she pulled it, even if it was to do this. In those seconds, the officer has every right to fucking shoot, period. In the long run, all that has to be proven is that she pulled that weapon out with the officer standing in front of her. And Bradel already said that. So, I mean, to a judge, that's guilty. To a jury, you could use postpartum. You could say, look at what has happened and why this would have happened. To a judge, that's going in one ear and out the other. All the judge cares about is, did she pull that weapon as a trained officer? And no. She knew better not to pull the weapon. She was a trained officer. Rookie or not, you're a trained officer with a gun. You know not to pull a gun. Whether you're going to hurt yourself or not is fucking irrelevant. And even more so, if they can prove that the firing pin was forward and the trigger was pulled. End of story. She's done at that point. I don't understand what fucking Bradel was thinking. I just don't. I don't understand it. That's the other thing. If he doesn't tell Aiden to leave Kelsey the fuck alone, you're doing her another disservice, right? You can't keep giving Aiden these things because he's throwing a fit like a baby back bitch, okay? He needs to be nowhere near her or her case, for that matter. You know? That's it. Well, that's the thing you have to remember. It's not hearsay from the officer. The officer was there. It's only hearsay if someone else told you that wasn't physically there. So, for instance, if I say that Justin told me that this, and this happened, well, that's hearsay. So they can't use that. Doesn't matter what he told me. I'm just repeating what he said. So that's hearsay. But if he himself saw it, or the officer themselves saw it, that's not hearsay. They can testify to that. That becomes evidence. You know? I don't know. I'm just, there's a lot going on there. And I just don't think it was the right move. And again, you don't have to agree with me. That's my opinion. I just don't think it was a right move to choose a bench trial with a judge instead of a jury trial. I think her best chance was with a jury. There was at least some media PR surrounding the case. You never know at that point. You know, I think Bradel done fucked up once again. You know, yeah, you pulled it and you know you shouldn't have. The law's pretty clear on that. You know, that's the thing. That's a fucking thing. It's a problem, you know? Yeah, I mean, all of that is weird. And I agree with you on that, John. The problem is some of that's not going to be let into the trial because the trial isn't determining what Justin did or didn't do that, you know, was shady or they shouldn't have done. It's determining whether the charge that she's charged with, did she commit that charge? So a lot of the stuff that, you know, Bradel's bitching about when it comes to Justin is going to be completely fucking irrelevant. It's not even going to come into the trial. You know, that's like stuff that you would probably hash out in whatchamacallit, in family court. So it's like a lot of that isn't going to make it into a criminal trial. The criminal trial is there to decipher whether the charges that she's charged with, did she commit that crime? That's it. And if it's not relevant to if she committed the crime or not, and it's going to taint the judge or jury pool one way or another, then they're not going to let it into the trial. And so I don't think I don't think you're going to see the judge bring in anything to do with weed. I don't think you're going to see the judge bring in anything to do with what they should or shouldn't have done when it came to protocol, because they have discretion. Remember, even though they shouldn't, they do. They have discretion in choosing how to handle certain things, which is another reason why I advocate for that being changed, for them to not be allowed to have discretion, because what happens is they then use that discretion based on whether they like you or not. It's not actually used in the way it's supposed to be. So there should be no discretion. If this person did this, this, and this, arrest them. If you don't do this, this, and this, then it's not part of protocol, and they did something, the cops did something wrong. Like, there's no clear line there because they're allowed discretion, you know? So that's the other thing. Like, they're talking and setting up an interview. Why? Why would, and is he just saying that? You know, like, is he just saying that, of course, to like gain traction with people? Ooh, let's just keep watching Aiden because he said he's going to have an interview with Kelsey. And if Bradel is actually telling her to do that, I mean, again, not a good attorney. Sorry, not sorry. I don't know. I mean, postpartum doesn't have to go as far as suicide. We all know that. I had postpartum with my oldest, and it was more just baby. It's like stressy and depressy. Again, it has different, you know, spectrums of it. It can be like, I had really stressy and depressed sort of baby blues. It can be in the middle, and it can be all the way down to like you're going to harm yourself or your kids, right? Like there's a whole big middle ground there. And it doesn't need to go all the way here. It depends. It's person to person. It's different for everyone. It's not the same. Depends on medications and all, you know, effects of those medications. Like you're going to probably see a lot of that in the Clancy trial, the Lindsay Clancy trial. Picking that gun up, but you have to raise it in order to get it to your own head. And if you're raising that gun in front of an officer, you're going to be shot. Bradel put the gun in her hand like a fucking moron. That is just bad lawyering 101. You put that gun already in her hand. I mean, why? Why the fuck would you ever make it? Why? Why would you do that? Like, why? Neither would I, Vicky. I agree with you. You know, I've been an advocate for almost 20 years. And there is no chance in hell, and I worked in the prison system for the criminally insane, there is no chance in hell I would want him anywhere near one of my clients. None. Not a chance in hell. You know? And I mean, I agree. Like, there's some sketchy shit going on there with the, you know, ex-fiance and his family. And I hope that a lot of that's brought up in family court and they get to sort of deal with it that way. But I wouldn't want him anywhere near I 100% agree with you, Vicky. I don't want him anywhere near my clients. There's just no chance of that. I don't want him anywhere near them. And I mean, her seeing her babies definitely kind of come down to the family and probate court, and a lot of like that other like stuff is going to come down to that. But what I don't think you're going to see come down to anything like that is the criminal part of this, right? Her either being found guilty or not guilty, but she doesn't have another record, right? She doesn't have a criminal record. This is like the first sort of big thing she's charged with. So I fully believe that, you know, if she gets found guilty, that her sentence isn't going to be 5 years, you know what I mean? She might get a suspended sentence. She could get ankle monitoring, you know, like I don't think they're going to send her to jail for 5 years. You know what I mean? Oh, absolutely he is. But again, I don't think he makes good decisions. I don't think he's a good attorney. I don't think he has ethics. I don't think he has boundaries, which is why apparently he's perfect for Aiden. But then again, I don't think he has the care to care about each individual client. All he cares about is the notoriety and the publicity and how much money it's putting in his pocket. Aiden keeps putting more money in his pocket, more money, because he keeps doing dumbass shit that gets him charged over and over and over and over again. So he's going to keep doing it. It's like, at what point do you, as an attorney, say, you know what, my client is more of a fucking liability than I can handle. He's going to ruin my reputation. Like, at what point do you go, man, you know, he's going to ruin my reputation. I should probably, you know, bow out of that, you know? I should probably not keeping him on as a client if he's going to ruin my reputation. And it doesn't matter how much money he's going to put in my pocket or his viewers are going to put in my pocket, if it's going to ruin my practice or my license, because eventually Aiden's going to come for that license when he loses. When he loses his cases, he's going to say it was ineffective assistance of counsel. He's going to go after Bedro. He's going to go after Bradley. He's going to say they were horrible. They were bad. They didn't do this, 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 this. They cared more about the publicity than the money. Mark my fucking words. If he loses, that's exactly what he's going to do. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. There is no doubt in my mind whatsoever. So let's all remember that when that happens. If we can all come back and be like, remember when he said that? Yep, I remember when I said that. I fucking do. I sure the hell do remember. Oh, they probably laughed all the way to the bank. Ha 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 ha, you know? But it's like, at what expense? If it was at the expense of my career, no fucking chance. No chance in hell, you know? And that's the thing. He's going to be shit on royally if he loses this. I don't understand his thinking, but then again, I never do. He likes to spin a lot of speculation and narrative, but nothing to back it up. And that's always his problem, is he can't argue an actual legal argument without stuttering all over himself. When the judge finally realizes that he's trying to spin narrative, and some judges fall for it, right? But there are other ones that have said to him, like, okay, that's great and all, but what's your legal argument about why this shouldn't happen, or about why this should happen, or why should I give you this, or why should I give you that? You know, his whole fishing expedition thing he tried last time, it was a clear fishing expedition, right? Even the judge could see that. But again, I don't think the guy is too smart. This is the reason he got himself in trouble to begin with the BBO, was hiding evidence when he was a prosecutor in a case that kept a guy in jail for fucking 18 years. That's not okay, you know? Well, Bradle clearly is not telling him to go the fuck away, as he should. He's too afraid of his, you know, pocket change running away, obviously. If he knew what was good for Kelsey, he would keep Aiden far the fuck away from her, you know? I think everybody wants to see those. I bet his ex-wife wants to see those, Grammy. Especially after Meredith said that he definitely downplayed how much he made on purpose in the divorce. If I was that ex-wife, I'd be going back to court. I'd be wanting to redo everything, you know? I agree with you, Vicky. It's the same. It's to pander to the public, the audience, the turtle writers. It's not for the court or for the judge and or the client. And that's a problem for the court and his client that he's not doing anything good for, you know? I mean, all those people do that. They're all just sad sacks, you know? I agree. Coward. It's called being a coward, you know? And I agree, you know, that every child deserves their parents. If their parents are safe and willing and able, every child deserves both their parents. Believe me, speaking from experience here when it comes to my childhood, every, you know, parent deserves to see their child. And no matter what form or fashion that looks like. You know, my dad, my biological dad, was not in my life. I did not meet him until I was 18. And he tried, of course, but that just didn't happen. It's unfortunate, you know? Listen, girl, postpartum is a real thing. It affects real people, you know? And so I feel like a jury would have been more apt to be able to be more equipped to feel that, instead of sort of giving it to just a judge who has to go based on just the legalities, you know? Like, there's benefits to having a jury where they don't know the legalities. There's benefits to that. And in her case, you need every benefit you can get, you know? Well, I don't necessarily know that the baby's going to remember this. You know, this is very young to remember anything. So I don't necessarily think it's going to be trauma to the baby, because the baby's not going to remember. But if you don't get his mother back in his life soon, he's going to be at the age where he's definitely going to start to remember, you know? And that's going to definitely affect him. Exactly, right? Nothing to be embarrassed about. Postpartum is real. It affects every person differently, you know? Agreed. You know, I agree. Every parent needs to see their children and their children need to see the parent. It's so imperative for kids to have two parents. And I was lucky enough to have a stepdad that stepped in and adopted me. My kids are lucky enough to have a stepdad. My youngest dad is my husband, who is the stepdad of my two oldest, and they're extremely lucky. That's dad to them. There's no one else, but that's dad. That's not stepdad. That's not his first name. Like, that's dad to them, you know? I know, maybe, but you can get it over with just as quick by having a Jerry. I don't know. You know, I don't know. He does not have a smooth flow. It's very choppy, very, you know, theatrical, but not in a good way. Not in a good way, you know? Salam. After this experience, Kelsey will be a wonderful advocate for mental health and postpartum depression, advocate for women. I mean, that's what you hope out of all of this, is like you go through something and then you learn from it, right? And then maybe, just maybe, like me, you take your pain, you take your trauma, and you try to help other people either out of it or away from it, right? You try to help them in a way where if they have to go through something that you went through, that they know how to navigate it better with someone like you who has the experience and the knowledge and the education and to help them, right? Or if you see the red flags in someone that you know, that you can guide them away from it so they don't ever have to go through the trauma to begin with. That's all you can really hope for out of scenarios like this. That the silver lining is that eventually, right, they're able to help someone else in that very same position or going towards that position. And some people use their trauma, like I did early on, and dump it into things like being an addict, right? Like I was a broken little girl. That's what I was back then, a broken little girl. But then I realized, you know, and 20 years later, here I am, been sober for 20 years from opiates, and you take that anger and that pain and that trauma and you turn it into something good. You turn it into something that can help other people in any way that makes sense. Because if you just take it and you dwell on it, it's not good for your own mental health, right? If you just take it and you know, suck it up and don't talk about it, which is part of like trauma, is a lot of the times we'll just deal with a lot of things and not say anything. We'll just keep it inside and stew on it, or, you know, not do anything until you explode. And that's not good either. It's a trauma response. And I find myself still doing it sometimes. No one's perfect, but sometimes take things that bother me and just let them roll, you know? And sometimes I just stuff them in there and then pretend they don't exist, but they're there, you know, and then it just explodes one day. So you have to sort of get it out, you know, get it out and try helping people, you know, try doing something to help other people. And that's all you can hope for, you know? Oh, I do too. I don't know. I thought it was just me, Vicky. Apparently it's not just me. Gives me anxiety. I'm like, oh my God, can he shut the fuck up? Because he's not helping himself. Every 5 minutes he's arguing against his argument he made 5 minutes earlier. I'm like, oh my God, is this real life? And I don't know if people are just, I don't know. I don't know if they're just being like, oh, Bradel's actually really good. Like, Kelsey, just, yeah, keep him around. He's doing great. Like, if they're just gaslighting her into keeping him or what. But there's no fucking chance in hell. I would keep him. There's just no fucking chance. None at all. I'm not going to do it. Nope. No, thank you. No fucking thank you. No freaking thank you at all. Well, thank you, Grammy Cheryl. I appreciate that. He's not prepared. Not prepared at all. Indigency. Yeah, that's when you can't pay for it and you get assigned an attorney. You can fill out indigency forms for that. And they'll assign you an attorney. Or they do the same thing if you have to file like motions and you can't, like you go pro se and you can't afford to file the motions. You can fill out indigency forms and they'll help you with that at the court. It gives me anxiety too, girl. Listen, it's not just you. Believe me. I'm like, oh God, this motherfucker again. Like, what are you doing? What the fuck are you? I mean, I love that for Aiden. Like, I love that for the sewer turtle. He can have all of that incompetence. He can have it, all of it. You can have Harold in the purple crayon, writing with his purple crayons about turtle derangement syndrome and actual real fucking motions, to the point where I would be surprised if they get to this quote mega motion and a judge doesn't actually say something about that. A judge is not actually like, hold on. This was inappropriate and unprofessional. You know, I feel like, right? Isn't that how you feel? I mean, I can't be the only one that feels like they must be gaslighting him into believing he's like actually decent. I mean, what is happening? Like, it's bad in my opinion, like blatantly bad, you know? Coakley, no, not much, but she used to be our attorney general here, and I didn't like her when she was the attorney general, and I don't like her now. I mean, really all she's doing in this case is paper pushing. You know, she's not really making any arguments. She's not really doing anything else other than like paralegal work and paper pushing. So I don't really even know why she's on as an attorney. I don't really know why she's even there at this point. No idea. But yeah, after court. But what good is that if you're not doing it in court, right? If you're not helping your client in court, and because she's co-counsel and not first counsel, essentially, and because he had the case first, right? So he's going to run the case. He's not going to let her really do shit. He's going to, she's there for looks. She's there to be like, oh, look, it's Coakley. It's Martha Coakley. Like, that's really all she's there for at this point, is a name. I don't get it. She's not making any arguments. She's not doing much of anything. So, and I mean, again, how do you refute the evidence that the Commonwealth has? Well, I don't think you do that by having a bench trial with a judge. I think you do that with a jury trial with people who can base their decisions on emotions, even though they're not supposed to. That's your best bet. Your best bet is 12 people, not one. Especially because a judge knows the law so well, he knows the case law so well, that he knows what can be, what can't be, and he knows that if he just goes, oh, I like Bradel, so I'm going to say not guilty, that there's going to be a lot of people asking some serious questions. So I highly doubt you'll see that happen. I know somebody brought that up the other day because of what happened with Lindsay's case, because that other judge that sort of did that in Aiden's case, where he was caught dead to rights and they found him, quote, not guilty. And I had already heard way before that judge played golf with Bradel behind the scenes and, whatever. In this case, if this judge does a bench trial and then all of a sudden is like, not guilty, there would be a lot of serious questions asked of him, right? The gun's in her hand already. Like, there's a multitude of evidence. And from what I'm understanding that they have that are firing pin, that the trigger was pulled, so the firing pin's forward. So what does that leave the officer with? Right? They don't have to prove that Justin was sneaky about what he did or that he lied on any paperwork. None of that has anything to do with the charge that she is being charged with. That's all they have to do, is prove that she did what the charge is. That's it. And I think Bradel's dumbass already did that by putting most of it by putting the gun in her hand. So, I mean, I don't see a huge in here for her to be found not guilty unless you put it on a jury. And I think it was a dumb fucking decision to give it a bench trial, in my opinion. There's too much evidence, again, in my opinion, with Bradel putting that gun in her hand for a judge to find her not guilty. I don't get it. Oh, did they? They're so cute with that. Oh, that's cute. I mean, at what point do people start realizing that, like, this is what he is and who he does, and these people are just holding onto the back of his wallet? That's it. Weird to me. But again, these are the people that support him. I don't know. It's a good point. I decided to just cover it because it's a mass. I live here, right? Like, I cover a lot of the cases that are here. I get my hands on the court records pretty easily. I live here. They're of public, notoriety. A lot of these cases in Massachusetts, we're a small state, so anything kind of like this, where an officer gets shot by their partner, everyone in Massachusetts knows about it, right? Even if the country doesn't, most of us do. And so I like to cover stuff that's in the area where I can get opinions from, other lawyers that I know that are from here and ones that don't live here. But I don't know. Yeah, I'll be covering the trial. It's not going to be a long trial. So just like I've covered the hearings, I didn't cover yesterday because I wasn't here yesterday, but It starts the 23rd on Monday, so we will be covering it. Yeah, it's not. The judge will see that as a tit for tat or placing blame on him. And also, not a lot of that's going to be let in because it has nothing to do with whether she pulled a gun on her ex-partner or not, you know? So I don't think you're going to see a lot of that even brought into the trial at all. You can try, Bradel can try, but I just don't see a lot of that being brought into the case at all. But I mean, that's a good point. I think some of it was because Bradel was her attorney. I think some of it was because some of the YouTubers talked about it. I mean, I covered it because I'm not a fan of Bradel's at all, and B, it's a local case, and I had postpartum myself, like I said, with my oldest, and so that was something that sort of pulled me into this was the postpartum part. But again, now Bradel is taking that part out, right? Which the judge even noted, like, wait a second, weren't you just arguing this last time, and now you're saying no? Make it make sense, Mr. Bradel. You know, again, another reason why he's not a great attorney. You know, yeah, you pick up a weapon as soon as a cop walks in the room. You're lucky to get out. You're lucky to get out alive, and if you do, you'll be charged and found guilty. That's just how it is. Not sure how that's complicated to anyone. I don't either, but apparently it is. Apparently it is. Right. If they want to leverage emotions, they should go with a jury. Exactly. You want to leverage emotions and media and the notoriety. You want to leverage all that, then you go with a jury, right? The PR, like you go with a jury. You don't go with a bench trial. It just doesn't make sense. You know, Natalie, originally that was because they were waiting for the ruling from a judge to see if Karen Reed's phones were going to be taken or if they were going to keep them and then go through them. And so he put it way back then because it would take a taint team months to go through the phone and pull out privileged things that they can't have and give them things that they can have. And so originally the judge said, all right, well, with that time it's going to take to go through all that, it'll probably be, you know, around November, December before we get a trial going. But now that the ruling has been made, that's what they were waiting for. And the judge was very clear that if it can be moved up, he wants to move it up. So I have no doubt that this next court hearing, the judge might say, okay, well, we're no longer waiting for that. It's not going to take months for, you know, a team to go through that. So what we're going to need to do now is bring this trial up. Time to have it, right? And I fully expect that to happen at the next hearing with the judge. Hey, Choose, nice to see you. Yeah, but I'm not aligned, and I picked up on it. But I also pick up on a lot of other cases that are here in Massachusetts and ones that aren't, you know. What's your theory on Aiden's legal team delaying lately? Well, that's all they do is delay. Bradel has been delaying since day one. And what I love about it is Bradel kind of does what Aiden does, which is, where, Your Honor, we didn't get this, we didn't get that, we didn't do this, we didn't do that, and therefore we need to have a further date, blah, blah, blah. And then the prosecution comes back and goes, no, we gave them all that. And the only thing that's left is this one stupid thing, like, and we've already talked to counsel about it because the judge wants to see that you're working with the opposite counsel to get things resolved, not bringing every tiny little thing into court going, wah. Like judges don't like that shit, okay? They don't like the tit for tat. They just think it's childish, and it is, right? They want you to try to work together to resolve things before you bring it in front of the judge. And so that's been a tactic of his attorney for quite some time. Aiden does not want out what's in his extraction. Why do you think he's so upset about it? Because some of the big shit, some of the bad shit is not even leaked yet. So he does not want that out, right? So if he could try to get Cosgrove thrown off and the whole thing would be thrown out in his mind, right? Then he doesn't have to worry about that. But he needs to just make sure that he gets more time and more time and more time. So Bradel's trying to get him more time and more time and more time. But I think he's now realized the more time that you try to drag this out, the more charges Aiden's going to pick up. That's just the bottom line. He's going to keep doing dumb shit and picking up more charges. In the meantime, it's not going to help him in the long run, you know? But that's all they have done this entire time. And what's funny about it is their delay tactics have been to delay and then turn around and be like, but they're the ones delaying. It's the same thing Aiden does, which is you watch what happens, you hear what happens, you can see what happens. But then Aiden says, That's not what you saw. That's not what you heard. What you really heard was, and then he tells you his narrative. What you really saw was, and then he tells you, he feeds you this narrative. And now he has brainwashed you into believing what you actually saw is what he said. What you actually heard is what he said, not what you actually saw, not what your brain originally saw or heard, is what he said, right? And so his defense team is essentially doing sort of that bait and switch. Not us, Your Honor, it's them. We just watched you try to delay it. What the fuck are you talking about? But again, like that's been something they've been doing a long time since the beginning of Aiden's cases. They've been delay. Aiden doesn't want to go to trial. Let's be honest. He is fucking petrified to go to jail. He is scared like a little bitch. Well, don't do illegal shit. You don't have to worry about it, you know? Like, come on, seriously. Yeah, it's not gonna end up there, you know? It's just not. For them to be even like, don't harass the fiance. You don't have to like the fiance, but Aiden sending his minions or anybody thinking it's a good idea to do that. No, they're just going to say that fucking Kelsey sent them, which is why I think she needs to stay far the hell away from Aiden. They're just going to connect her to all of his fucking idiot minions doing dumb shit, you know? But I have no doubt that the judge will try to make his trial sooner now. And I also have no doubt that Bradel will be like, well, Your Honor, I can't do it. I'm so busy that week. I have another trial and I have this and I have that. And all the excuses in the world to say that it still has to be in November, although I do not think the judge is going to buy it. And I think the judge is like, well, you better figure something out because this is the day that we're having it. Because what happens is Bradel likes to try to browbeat the judge. Well, Your Honor, I can't. I have another trial on that date and all that month. And, and this month I'll be on vacation. So it's going to have to be this month. I guarantee it. Guarantee it. Guarantee it. And I just don't think the judge is having it. The judge was very clear that he wants this trial to happen ASAP. And if it can be moved up because they're no longer waiting on those phones, then it can be moved up. Oh my God. Oh my God. What are the odds, Birkenstock? What are the fucking odds of that? That's the universe telling us that he's a shit bag, Yes, 2023. Yep. 2023. So there is no reason at this point, but Bradel loves to push it back, Shaking Daddy's judge is no nonsense for sure. Listen, if there was any judge I could have picked for Aiden's trials out of the counties that they were looking at to do it, this would have been top of my list. This judge would have been top of my list. They couldn't have given a better judge in this scenario if I fucking picked him myself, Oh, he's going to melt down, You mentioned what, darling? Who found the disrespect? You mentioned it. I know I'm behind on the comments. That's my bad. Oh, was it, did YouTube take your thing out? Did YouTube take your comment out? I can't wait for the meltdown. I mean, it's already happening. The meltdown's been happening. Let's be honest here. That meltdown been happening, It's his favorite thing to do is meltdown, And take it out on everyone else, Hey, my friends. How are you? I think it might be the third. I think it's the second, but it could be the third. But again, the state has a good argument that they already argued all this. They already argued a motion to dismiss. Once that's decided on, you don't get a new one. You don't get a fucking new one. That's not the way it works, It's not. You saw the witness list? It's long. I bet it is long, but you can bet. Witness lists are always semi-long, but then what happens is they end up taking people up in the long run. What happens is they release it, and then it's to like scare some of the people on the list, and then eventually they don't use some of the people on the list. No, that wasn't the mega motion that was denied. It was Aiden's trying to throw Cosgrove off the case. That was denied. Denied, as I said it would be, by the way. You have I'm so happy that I love that. Oh, I love that picture, dude. I love that for you guys. I hope you guys have so much fun. I hope I never get out, so I need you guys to go have fun for me. I'm always, me and Javi are always in the house. not having a car, that's not like, that's one of the shitty things, like just being stuck here. And it's like not feasible to like order like takeout or Chinese food. You know what I mean? Like, oh, Chinese food sounds so good. It's just not feasible. It's too expensive. You know what I mean? Getting out is like, it's good for your soul. So you guys need to go out and have fun and have a drink and think of me. Cheers it for me, my friends. But no, it wasn't the Mega Motion. It was the Cosgroves. Him trying to have Cosgrove throw it off. Now, who said that would be absolutely 100% denied? Oh, again, that was me. Oh, it was me, right? Oh, yeah, that was me. As we said, it would be denied, and it was, right? And it freaking was. The more time, the more fuckery Aiden will do. 100%. 100%. That it may butt them in the butt, too. Yeah, if Meredith not just Susan, could you imagine if Meredith turned state's witness? He'd be fucking ultimately screwed, And it would make me happy to just have a party laughing my ass off about it, because he's hurt so many fucking people. That's exactly what he deserves. All that karma that he has decided belongs to other people to hide his own bad behavior. No, it belongs to him and nobody else. Oh, they're squeezing him dry, all right. Every penny to delay shit, and they'll take more and more and more. Yeah, the money, it's all they care about. Because if not, they would have happily bowed out already. Any self-respecting attorney would have, I agree with you, Natalie, Diana, that he's flown under the radar for far the fuck too long at this point, Oh, thank you, Jesse. Jesse said, been here for 3 hours, smash the like button, hit those side emojis, and make a donation if you can. Every bit helps. I 100% agree, my friend. All the donation options, by the way, guys, they not all of them, but most of them scroll at the bottom of the screen. Underneath Jesse's comment there, there's a little pink thing that scrolls across the screen there. And our link for donations is in the chat. You can click on it and use any credit or debit card, of course. And then we have super chats and memberships and all that stuff as well. We have our wish lists are in the description. And so is Chime, and I think Revolut are there as well. It's him that needs to stay away. I 100% agree with you, Grammy Cheryl. 100%. The judge threw a wrench into it, saying someone else could question Nellie. Well, that's the thing. That was you guys are having a problem with her. Okay, well, that case was also done. That case is done. It was already disposed of. They made a deal on that case. It's done. So what interest does he have now that the case is done? Also, he has prosecutorial immunity. So that's part of what the judge was saying, and part of what I've been saying all along is you can put his name on legal paperwork and say you're going to sue Cosgrove, but the problem with that is he has prosecutorial immunity. So you're not going to win. And he knows that. So what incentive does he have? She'd have to get over the really large bar of prosecutorial immunity, and you're not going to do that. So then what? He has no incentive. And if the case is now gone, there's definitely no incentive. So no, Cosgrove stays. Sorry. All you have to do is, if you guys are that worried about that one witness that we all know they're not going to use, they never were going to, they can't. I mean, it's just, they can't. They've tanked their own case, which in my opinion, they've already done, but there's no chance in hell they were going to use her as a witness anyway. So what the fuck? What? So as I predicted, the judge was like, no, Cosgrove stays. Sorry, not sorry. Sorry, not fucking sorry. Yes, always give our best. Always. Yeah, it is hard to listen. I agree, Stassi. He's got so much going on that it really is hard to keep up sometimes, because he's got a lot of shenanigans going on, a lot of shenanigans over there, a lot of shenanigans, Well, I have no doubt that once one of those New Jersey cases happen, that they might move to revoke his bail anyway. The problem is New Jersey keeps backing those cases up. So when it comes time to try and do the case, days before, New Jersey is going, wait, we need more time, and backing the case up. It's not the attorneys, it's New Jersey, the state itself, saying we've overbooked the court and this one can wait, so let's pull it back. The problem with that is they've moved these cases, each one of them 2 or 3 times already. They're at their limit of being able to move these back further. And so I think you're going to see, what are we in March? So they come in April. I believe you're going to see in April that if they haven't by that point, that once one of those cases happens, that they move to revoke his bail at that point, you know? Oh God. God. I would hope, to be honest, she wouldn't go anywhere near him. You know, I would hope that she learned her lesson and just ran far the fuck away from him. After that case was dropped, I hope that she changed her number and fucking just stayed the far fuck away from that lunatic. He's a lunatic, you know? I love that, Rose. Thank you. Thank you for checking on me. Benny did tell me, a couple people asked about me, and he did tell me who at the time. And I was very grateful that you guys, checked on me. And Benny's a good friend. He came and helped me move some of this furniture out of the old place, which I very much appreciated. They want to know where you're going to. It doesn't mean Cosgrove has to. Yeah, well, they're not calling her. Let's be clear here. They are not going to call her as a fucking witness. If they do, not only would I be shocked, but that's the end of this case. Like, that's it. Done. There's no chance in hell. Even an incompetent attorney like Bradel knows that that's not going to happen. You know? I love that you called it tweeter, Rose. I call it tweeter sometimes too. Tweeter or twatter. Tweeter or twatter. I love it. That's so funny. Goddamn tweeter. Goddamn motherfucking tweeter. But I mean, oh God, to me, there's just so many fucking stupid things that happen all the time when it comes to him and his cult and his idiot attorneys that it is hard to keep up. You know, it's hard. Right? That's another thing. Like, you guys are stupid enough to now allow Cosgrove some help with another prosecutor. Like, that was genius. If you really wanted him to win and you thought Cosgrove was old and couldn't figure out the internet and blah, 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 then you definitely would not be making it so that, he could get help with another prosecutor, Like, come on. Bettero, you are incompetent, sir. Just let's make it clear. Sir, I have arthritic hands. And you are a buffoon, a clown, and incompetent. The fact that Bettero feels the need to comment on Twitter, okay? You with this tweet, like with the tweet, he shows you show exactly who you are. Exactly. And what he wants, who you are, and the attention whore that you are. Like, the attention he craves is something really gross. Get a bundle of purple crayons, Harold. You're gonna need them. Yeah, you're gonna need them. Any self-respecting attorney would have bowed out by now. But the attention's too good for Better, right? And endless money is too good for him. Like, come on, you're a fucking clown. Let's be honest here. All this dude cares about, and yes, I am responding to Bettero. All you care about is attention. That's it. You're a buffoon, a clown, and you are incompetent. And definitely incompetent. So let's write definitely. What fucking kind of attorney? Like, what kind of attorney puts a fucking fake medical condition in a filing? Like, come on, bro. Like, come on. No fucking attorney with any self-respect or decorum does that. Like, let's be honest here. Let's fucking be honest. This is my response in case you all want to see. This is my response to the attention whore Batterow. Yep, we're on McDonald's going there with him. Okay. Clown and definitely incompetent. What kind of attorney puts a fake medical condition in a fucking court filing? With the tweet, you show exactly who you are and the attention you crave. You had a bundle of purple crayons, Harold. You're going to need them. Any self-respecting attorney would know to leave that idiot by now. But the attention via social media and endless money is too good for you, right? Like, let's be fucking honest here. Shut the actual fuck up, Harold. Shut up, Harold. Like, you're mad because I'm not writing a dissertation to my college professor. I'm tweetering via my phone that's old. And by the way, not only did I spell incompetent right, but the phone actually changed it back to an A even after I typed in E. So they think stupid shit bothers me. It doesn't. Like, it doesn't. I didn't know this. I thought social media wasn't real life, Betterow. Didn't you say that? I think it was you that said that, right? Yeah. Do you think that, like, misspelling something because you have, like, arthritic hands and a really old fucking phone somehow means that you're not actually still incompetent? Yeah, you're still incompetent, sir. Regardless of if I spelt something wrong and didn't check it afterwards, because to be fair, I did spell it right. The phone changed it for whatever fucking reason. But nonetheless, do you think that that's supposed to mean something? Does that magically mean that you're not a buffoon? Does that magically mean that you didn't just put a fake medical condition in a real court filing? Did that mean that you don't write these ridiculously long, quote, mega motions that are a fucking joke filled with innuendo and speculation? Yeah, no. Any self-respecting attorney would have bowed out by now and gotten as far away from Aiden as they could. It didn't matter how many dollars he was bringing in, because ultimately what's going to suffer the most is your reputation. The fact that you chose social media fame and money over being a competent attorney. My phone, I swear to God, it's dyslexic. See, what happens is, and I'll show you, my phone is old, right? So what happens is when I start typing, right, I'll start typing quickly, right? And it'll do the one that's next to it, above it, to the side of it, or it'll just completely auto-correct, but to the wrong thing or the wrong spelling all the fucking time. And I'm like, you know what? I don't actually care, because I'm not writing a dissertation to a college professor. It's the interwebs, sir. A place that you said was not real life, right? It's funny. It's funny how, like, he jumps right on the bandwagon that his client is on, right? Never mind the fact that, let me make this clear, no other self-respecting attorney would even be commenting. That's the other thing. The fact that you think you don't like that I said that you and Mr. Bradle are incompetent, well, you can cry all you want about that, but I don't know any other attorney that would actually reply to that. Do you? I don't. I don't think so. You know, their client might not like me. I don't really care. They might not like me, but gee, I guess I struck a nerve, huh? Gee, I wonder why that is, Mr. Harold in the purple crayon. Why is it that I struck a nerve so much that you had to make a tweet about it? Oof, again, self-respect, sir. Have a little bit of it. There is no chance in hell that I would be responding to every stupid fucking thing someone says. So if I thought that what you said was stupid, right? And I'm an attorney, there's no chance in hell that I'm responding to that. I'm definitely not responding to my client's perceived enemies, right? I'm not doing that. Not because I would have self-respect enough to be like, I'm ignoring this. This is dumb. Why do I even need to respond to that? But instead, Harold in the Purple Crayon gets on the interwebs, onto Twitter, where he says it's not real life. It's only real life when he wants to say something. But if anybody else has something to say about him and Mr. Bradel, then it's not real life. Okay? That's what he claims. Sir, you are a buffoon and you are incompetent. You put a fake medical condition in a real court filing. My phone reverting to spelling incompetent wrong does not change that. You still put a fake medical condition in a court filing. You still made a, quote, mega motion twice the size or maybe even 3 times the size than it actually needed to be. And most of it was filled with conspiracy theories, innuendo, speculation. It was a joke. It is a joke. And you know it. And I think that's why I struck a nerve, is because you know how actually fucking stupid it is. Well, Mr. Vetero, you're going to need a whole giant box of purple crayons going forward, okay? You're going to need a whole lot of those, Harold. Sorry that you're upset. Actually, I'm not. I'm not. The fact that you actually had to make a tweet about that tells me everything I need to know about you. Right? That shit drives me nuts. It happens to me all the time. And it's only after you like hit the send button that you realize it. You're like, fuck it, whatever. I could have deleted it and rewrote it, but I was like, I'm not doing that. I don't care that much. I'm not doing that. People, they'll get it. They'll get what I mean. Like, I'm not in the mood for that. Sorry, not sorry. Don't give a fuck, you know? So essentially, Harold and the Purple Crayon's having a temper tantrum right now. Harold, next time you throw a temper tantrum and you break your purple crayons in half, can you make sure that you get it on camera and it matches your client? Like, instead of this, we get you breaking purple crayons and throwing them on the...
Can you please go? Can you please go?
That's the guy that you represent. This guy. This guy here.
Can you please go? Can you please go?
An attorney trying to criticize everyone he doesn't like, well, that screams of attention, bud. You clearly need the attention. Are you not getting it at home? Are you not getting attention at home, Mr. Vetero? Seems like you might not be getting the attention at home. That's really sad for you. Sucks to be you, I guess. I don't know what to tell you. But I mean, that's the guy. That's the guy right there that you are simping hard for, my guy.
Can you please go? Can you please go?
Remember that tantrum, sir. Remember it, okay? Because eventually, when he loses his cases, he'll be doing that. And then what will happen is he'll get a new attorney. And then he'll shit all over you and Bradel by saying that you're incompetent, by saying that was ineffective assistance of counsel, and that is why he lost his cases. Make no mistake about that. And I cannot absolutely wait for that to fucking happen. I will be here with the popcorn. I may even get a popcorn machine to share with everyone. Because you know it. Mr. Bradel knows it. You both know it. You both know exactly what's going to happen. No amount of tweeting or trying to insult someone he doesn't like changes that. No amount of tweeting is going to make you less incompetent. As a matter of fact, this tweet makes you even more incompetent. Thank you for proving my fucking point, you clown. Like, what? Like, what? I can't. I literally can't. So funny to me. Like, so fucking funny. Now, does Mr. Vetero think that I actually give a fuck about anything? Oh my God, girl, listen. Do they have pink ones? Only if it's pink. Do they even sell those? Is that like a thing? I mean, I know they sell them, but like, oh my God, now we have to look. You guys, we have to look. Do you know what a good prop that would be? A popcorn machine. Every time he does something stupid, I can just bring the popcorn machine in. Oh my God, that would be an amazing prop. Such a good idea, Danny. That's such a good idea. Let's see if they have a pink popcorn machine. I bet they don't have a pink one, but we're going to see. I mean, it would have to match. It would have to be pink or black. Pink or black. Let's see. Oh my God, they do have a pink one. Shut the actual fuck up. You guys. You guys. They have a freaking pink one. Look at it. I feel like it needs to be on like legs though. I mean, I guess to be fair, this could sit right here on the side of my desk, but big bambino popcorn machine, old-fashioned popcorn maker, 4-ounce kettle, measuring cup, scoop, and serving cups by Great Northern Popcorn, and it's pink. I fucking can't. Oh, and then they have these. Oh God, those are expensive. Those are the big ones. Those are the big daddy popcorn machines. I think this is the same one, essentially. This is like the mini version, I guess. Probably makes like one bowl of popcorn. That would, oh my God, a cotton candy maker. Amazing. Oh my God, you guys. It is pink popcorn holder buckets for $10. I love it. That's fucking hilarious. I can't even. Looks like this one's got 3.6 stars, so I don't think it's one people should buy, but it, you know, if they had one for that price with better stars, that would make sense, I guess. Oh, 5 stars. One person bought it. Yeah, one person, the person knows. Like, come on now. I think it would be like something like this. The one that I just saw up top would be something like, oh my God, look, it's a gumball machine. A pink gumball machine. Oh my God. See, again, one day when I hit the lottery, I'm buying a pink gumball machine. And those little machines that you put 25 cents in and like you get one of the little balls with little toys in them, that would be so fun just to have around the house. Go with the theme of just, you know, being a kid once in a while. Don't get me wrong. See, these ones with the legs, like that's what needs to happen. But those ones with the legs are like $400. That's cray. Okay, ready? We're gonna add the one that I saw at the top, just for funsies. You know, this one has 4.2 stars though, out of 995 people. What's the other one? Out of 4.3 stars out of 3.4K people. And then, okay, all right. Well, this one then looks like the best one. This one has over 3,000 people bought this one, so we're gonna go with this one. We're gonna. Too bad it doesn't come with the pink, you know, whatchamajiggets that go with it. You know, and add it to the old list. I mean, because they're both available anyway. It's in there. Amazing. Imagine popcorn machine right here. Scott, we're filling up another bucket, guys. Share with the class. I can't. That is freaking hilarious. That is freaking hilarious. I can't even. That's a good idea, Danny. I love that. I love it so much. Love it. Freaking love it. Hey, room service guy. Room service guy, everyone. Room service guy. Call him the room service guy. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of like doing it on the stove. I had a bad experience one time. Yeah, it's definitely not as fun. That's for sure. I think the kids would get a kick out of it too. To be fair, I feel like my kids would use this popcorn machine like every day. My kids love popcorn. Love popcorn. And also they like watching it pop. I mean, what kid doesn't like it watching it pop? I've done the ones that you put on an open fire though when you're camping. Those are fun. Those are definitely fun. We've done those in the summertime over the fire pit or out camping. Those are definitely fun for sure. But you're right. When I've had a bad experience one time with the ones on the stove, so I like refuse to do that again. I'll do the open flame ones though, like outside the fire pit. I'll do those. Those are fun. All right, well, let me get this up. I love you, YBE. Great post, my friend. I love it. Love it. Gotta love it. An old neighbor started out with one gumball machine at a skating rink. Within 2 years, had hundreds everywhere and was making 20. I can only imagine how much they probably do make on those machines. Can you imagine? I mean, think about it. I heard laundromats were very lucrative. And considering I have to use laundromats, I bet they are. I bet they are very lucrative. Although a lot of them still use like the whole quarter system instead of the cards, and that would drive me bonkers. Imagine having to empty out those machines and all the quarters, and then having to like count them and then roll them. No, no, thank you. No, thank you. And then bring them to a bank and being like, here, deposit all these quarters. And no, doesn't sound like fun to me. Does not sound like fun. Not even a little fucking bit. Not even a little goddamn bit. All right. We have 4 hours in, so I'm going to wrap this up in a second. Also, because I'm going to have to make dinner soon. It's 4 here. And so I usually try to start dinner around 5. So it's done by 6-ish. Oh, thank you so much. You are so good to me. Who got him? Chris, profiling, manipulation, Carol Steele, loved us, Grass. Congratulations to all who have received a membership, and thank you very much, my New Hampshire dude friend, for sending them. We appreciate you. Okay, let's see. I didn't get the other thing that I wanted to pull up, but I will get it worked up. There's also something I want you guys to watch tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a little earlier than we were today. But tomorrow, I found this, there was this hearing that happened in Michigan like 2 weeks ago. And there's a guy being charged with like distribution of drugs. See, the problem was, is that they charged him with distribution of cocaine while like out on the street. Like they have a location where they're supposedly charging him where he supposedly was, and whatever. Yeah, see, the problem with that is he was in custody the entire time. So unless you're charging him with having it in the jail, which they're not, how the fuck did he get charged with it when he wasn't out on the street? Now, instead of the judge being like, okay, we need to figure this out. At first, that's what the judge said, like, okay, well, we need to look up these dates and look at where the guy was in, court or not, right? No. The judge was like, oh, well, it's not working for me right now. The computer system's not working for me right now. So instead, what we're going to do is $25,000 bill or surety, no 10%. So the guy's like, so wait. He's like, I don't understand how, because I would already be out right now. I've already bailed out on my other thing that I dealt with. Like, I'd be out right now if it wasn't for this charge that I'm being held on that I couldn't have possibly committed, right? I was in custody. And instead of the judge, going out to chambers and checking out what the fuck is going on and making sure that, like, this guy was in custody, why is he being charged with something if he's in custody and they're saying he wasn't? We got a fucking problem here. Maybe someone's name was used. Maybe y'all didn't look at the fingerprints, like whatever it is, something's not right here. No, instead of doing that, right, what does the judge do? This is where I'm going to criticize this judge, because some people love this judge and that's great and all, but in this scenario, the judge did wrong. You're taking someone's freedom who could be out, and I don't care if he committed a different crime with drugs before and weed, and I don't give a shit about that, right? If our system doesn't work right for one, then it doesn't work right for anyone. And so in this scenario, if this guy is saying that he was in custody the entire time, how the fuck are they charging him with something he was in custody for if you're not charging him with having it in custody, right? How is that possible? Instead of the judge looking further into it, what did the judge do? Gave him a bond and said, oh, well, we'll look into this further after. That is not appropriate. You cannot hold someone on a bond or bail for a crime that you suspect they might not have even committed. If I'm that guy's attorney, I'm suing for every single day he had to sit in there. The judge set another date, gave him a $25,000 bail for a crime that you're clearly not sure, as you stated on record, Your Honor, that he even committed. Because if he's in jail that whole time, how? How can he, right? So I want you guys to watch that hearing and tell me if you're as pissed off as I am about it, because it's not fucking okay. So I think we might start off with that tomorrow, just so I can show you, like, when the system doesn't work for one person, it allows the judge to do that to anyone. And that is not appropriate or ethical. If you're holding somebody on a bond on something you don't even think they committed, or you're not checking, you should be checking that day before he goes back, before you decide that the court day is over. That is something you should be checking on. You should put in that case on hold and saying, okay, hold on. Even though it's like video, you should say, hold on, you know what? I'm going to look into this further. I'm going to go back in chambers. We're going to second call this, right? And you go. And I don't care if it takes you 3 fucking hours to confirm. Your excuse can't be, well, the system isn't working and I can't find the dates and, it's giving me a problem right now. Like, okay, your old computer system might be giving you a problem, number one. Number two, jails don't keep good records anyway. I know. I worked in one. And number three, like, the guy had them. His whole stack of papers with him. He handed it to the CO. The CO showed him, and then he had a whole stack of more papers to prove it. So why is it that the jail can't fax over those papers that the judge can look at? They're stamped with a seal. They come from the court. Like, what the fuck, right? What the actual fuck? I can't. So we're going to start with that tomorrow, I think, so that you guys can sort of get a sense of, like, when something happens that's egregious, it doesn't matter if it's someone that, like, you don't like or you think did something wrong before. If we just do this shit to people, regardless, you can say, like, oh, the guy, sold drugs, so fuck him anyway. If we allow that to happen to one person, then anybody who's falsely accused and has a record of being falsely accused after, then we allow the system to do it to everyone. And that's, you have to think about how that affects you. For instance, if you were young and used drugs, right, and got caught up on some drug charges when you were younger, does that mean that by the time you're a grown adult and long away from that kind of life and that kind of lifestyle, you should still pay the price by some cop who pulled your record from when you were 18 or 19 and now they're searching your car every single time they want to pull you over? They run your plate and your record pops up and now they're just harassing you into oblivion, giving you tickets you don't deserve, trying to catch you with drugs you don't have, to the point where they might plant something on you, right? And then how do you prove that you didn't have it? Shit like that happens all over the United States every fucking day. And if we don't push back against it, then we're part of the fucking problem, not the solution. My parents owned a laundromat. No more rolling quarters for me. I can only imagine how many quarters had to be rolled for them to go to the bank with that. That would have drove me bonkers. But someone recently told me, like, it was a good business to start. And I was like, yeah, well, how much did it cost you to start it? That's the difference. Like, if you have like $100,000 to start a business like that, I say go for it, right? Like, I guess it is a good living. But it's getting that the problem is for most people to be able to start a business like that. Believe you me, I probably would have a long time ago if I had that kind of money. All right, I will wrap this up. I love your stinking faces. If you would like to support the channel, there's a bunch of different ways you can do so. We have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Amazon Wishlist, we have Chime, Revolut. We have a link. It's in the description and in the chat. You can click on it and turn any amount you want. Thank you to my friend Leah, of course, for her donation today. Thank you to my members, and thank you for my gifted memberships from my friend New Hampshire. I appreciate you, my friend. I hope you have an amazing weekend with our special friend, and tell her that I said hello. I love all your stinking faces, and don't you worry, if you're catching me on the replay or you're behind and then you donate, I'll just read it tomorrow. So I'll see you guys tomorrow morning, and everybody in the meantime, try to behave yourselves, okay? I know I can't always promise that I'm not going to say something snarky to the sewer turtle, but I will try to behave myself as well. All right, everybody. Everybody have a fantastic day. Bye.